Chapter 347 Outside the World. The Tianqing Alliance leader held a stone sword in his hand, from which an invisible force emanated, blocking the many injuries coming from all directions. Insects, you forced my hand. In the distance, the ancestral demon tree was furious. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint sword mark on its trunk. Clearly, in the recent battle with the Tianqing Alliance leader, it had not only failed to gain the upper hand but had also suffered some losses. And what if I did force you? The Tianqing Alliance leader kept a calm expression. The ancestral demon tree inherently stood on the opposing side of Tianqing world, irreconcilable. Since that's the case, the ancestral demon tree's countless black vines swayed, vaguely shifting the space of thousands of miles around it. What is this? The Tianqing Alliance leader's expression changed slightly, as the surging demonic force was already coming at him tangibly. World Sword. The Tianqing Alliance leader gripped the long sword in his hand. With his power, he had been able to fight against a foreign evil god for so long, thanks to this world sword nurtured by Tianqing world for countless years. Although the world sword is called a sword, its defensive capability is also extremely terrifying. At least since the ancestral demon tree invaded, the Tianqing Alliance leader had remained unscathed under the protection of the world sword. Of course, the potency of the world sword is related to the distance from Tianqing world. The closer to Tianqing world, the more powerful the world sword becomes. Conversely, the weaker it becomes. This is my world. Experience more tales on free web novel. The demonic force filling the space of thousands of miles quickly diminished, space twisted, and instantly moved the Tianqing Alliance leader closer. Immediately, the forces of demonic energy continuously intertwined and collided, forming the illusory image of a world. What is this? The Tianqing Alliance leader's expression grew solemn. Such a tactic had never been used by the ancestral demon tree before. It could be foreseen that this must be one of the ancestral demon tree's trump cards. Boom, thunderous. The immense power of the demon world began to press down, and the Tianqing Alliance leader, unchanging in response to myriad changes, held the world sword and activated its power to protect himself. In the distance, the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs of the Tianqing Alliance watched the Tianqing Alliance leader's battle with the ancestral demon tree from afar. Is the Alliance leader being too confident, asking us not to intervene and letting him confront the foreign evil god alone? One of the Vice Alliance hierarchs couldn't help but frown. Indeed, the Tianqing Alliance leader, wielding the world sword, was renowned for slaying evil and being impervious to myriad laws. But that was a foreign evil god, a fearsome entity that had almost breached into the Tianqing world single-handedly. In the face of such a being, no precaution could be too great, and voluntarily giving up their advantage to fight one-on-one seemed somewhat foolish. Although the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs together could not inflict any damage on the ancestral demon tree, free web novel. At least they could restrain it, and in crucial moments could prove quite useful. The Alliance leader must have his reasons. If I'm not mistaken, is the Alliance leader testing that foreign evil god? Another Vice Alliance hierarch mused. If the Tianqing Alliance leader and the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs joined forces, that foreign evil god would likely not engage in battle, much less exert full power. But now, with only the Alliance leader alone, that foreign evil god might entertain the idea of severely injuring or even killing the Alliance leader, and might strike with full force. And in a full-strength battle, it would be easier to discern the true extent of the adversary's capabilities. This is not good. What tactic did that evil god use to ensnare the Alliance leader? Just then, the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs saw the ancestral demon tree surrounded by dark demonic force, and immediately, the Tianqing Alliance leader was enveloped within it. The Alliance leader has the world sword to protect him. He should be fine, right? Alas, the Alliance leader is truly taking a risk. If something goes wrong, our Tianqing world will no longer have the power to resist in front of that evil god. The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs exchanged words, their tones filled with worry. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain range. Right now, Lin Yuan was deeply immersed in enlightenment. 7 demon beast kings stood guard at various directions of the Black Mist Mountain range, ensuring that Lin Yuan was not disturbed by any external factors. Your insight is exceptional, pondering the void's root, perfecting the martial Tao evolution system 7th stage. Your insight is exceptional, pondering the void's root, perfecting the martial Tao evolution system 7th stage. Your insight is exceptional, pondering the void's root, perfecting the martial Tao evolution system 7th stage. Lots of inspirations about the martial Tao evolution system 7th stage were absorbed and utilized by Lin Yuan. The many talents released by the ancestral demon tree for Lin Yuan were also integrated into the martial Tao evolution system. For instance, Void's Root, a capability that greatly strengthens the survival ability of martial arts evolvers in later stages, allowing for prolonged existence in the void. Other evolvers, accidentally entering the void and straying from their world without an energy source, would either perish from spatial turmoil or starve to death. However, a 7th-rank martial arts evolver, once reaching the level of a marquis, would possess a capability similar to that of the Void's Root, allowing survival in the void. Martial Tao evolution system, unique, yet accommodating myriad laws, like the physical body divine skills of the body cultivation lineage in the immortal Tao world, or the many talents of this ancestral demon tree. As long as they are compatible, they can all be incorporated into the martial Tao. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, silently reflecting. As long as the foundation of the martial path evolutionary path remained unchanged, no matter how myriad its transformations, it would still be the martial path evolutionary path, still capable of providing the sustenance for Lin Yuan's ultimate leap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348. The root of the void has been completely absorbed. Lin Yuan ceased his enlightenment, feeling quite pleased. There's also the Fiend God Gaze, such soul attack techniques, with their own evil and chaotic origin source. Lin Yuan thought of another ability of the ancestral demon tree. However, this ability wasn't as important to Lin Yuan as he had imagined. In terms of soul attack techniques, the human civilization of the main world didn't know how many they had collected. There were many stronger than the Fiend God Gaze. Demon World. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn as he began to comprehend the ultimate ability of the ancestral demon tree. It was the talent to consume the demon tree's origin source to, in a short time, condense a massive force of demonic power and refine an illusory demon world. This kind of illusory demon world shared a mysteriously similar function with the inner worlds of 8th-layer powerhouses. Due to its inherent nature, the ancestral demon tree could not create its own inner world. The pure force of demons was too extreme. Nonetheless, with its talent, it could achieve something similar. This talent involves the profound mysteries of space. Varieties of core spatial models emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. Spatial talent secret techniques invariably revolved around spatial models. The ability of the demon world to condense an illusory demon world undoubtedly contained the essence of space rules. Take it slowly. The demon world is the ace talent of the ancestral demon tree. Even that foreign evil god only knew how to use it without understanding its essence. Even with my against heaven's understanding, to fully comprehend such a talent would require a great deal of time. Lin Yuan contemplated for a while and found his progress somewhat slow, but he wasn't disappointed. How long had it been since he started? I wonder what rating the 7th-rank chapter of the martial arts evolution system will get from the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. Lin Yuan's refinement of the 7th-rank chapter had already reached the marquis stage. There were still 500 years left in this world he had traveled to before returning to the main world. Before returning to the main world, there should be no problem in completely developing the 7th-rank chapter. The 7th-rank chapter of the martial arts evolution system contained many of Lin Yuan's painstaking efforts, starting with the creation of the inner world. Although Lin Yuan would not annotate in the 7th-rank chapter of martial arts evolution system the possibility of opening an inner world during this phase, with the computational power of the Goddess of Wisdom and the other two goddesses, they should be able to deduce it. Indeed, like Lin Yuan, opening an inner world at the 7th rank would be subject to many restrictions, yet the multitude of restrictions couldn't obscure the precious possibility. For an evolver, being able to open an inner world at the 7th rank is undeniably a groundbreaking benefit. Novel. There's no need to mention combat power. Even if the inner world opened is only a few miles wide, one could almost certainly sweep other 7th rank evolvers. And observing the natural operation of the inner world greatly assists evolvers as well. Besides the inner world, Lin Yuan has now incorporated the abilities of many evil gods into the 7th rank chapter, making 7th stage martial Tao evolvers equipped to face various difficulties. From the inner to the outer areas of the Black Mist Mountain Range, the Divine Ape King, the Giant Elephant King, and the King of Azure Birds were patrolling nearby. The Master is too kind to actually tell us not to lay hands on those ant-like humans. The Divine Ape King, Giant Elephant King, and King of Azure Birds had long been parasitized by seeds of the demon kind, absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan, with no improper thoughts or ideas. Indeed, with the Master's strength, he could easily take over half of the Tianqing world, not to mention unifying it. Yet he stays in the Black Mist Mountain Range. The Divine Ape King sighed. The Giant Elephant King and King of Azure Birds nodded in agreement. As hosts to the demon seeds, even though they acted exactly like the original demon beast kings, they had a certain innate inclination toward aggression and slaughter. This instinct came from the ancestral demon tree, which as a foreign evil god, delighted most in slaughter and invasion. All right. Don't talk about this kind of thing anymore. If the Master hears it, punishment is unavoidable. After some thought, the Giant Elephant King warned. Although they were some distance from Lin Yuan at the moment, in the eyes of the few demon beast kings, the Master was invincible. If the Master wanted to know, there was nothing in the entire Black Mist Mountain Range that could be hidden from him. Stay connected via 8th layer. While cultivating enlightenment, Lin Yuan also pondered the path to the 8th layer. For an evolver like Lin Yuan, who had long since created his own inner world, the greatest challenge in advancing to the 8th layer was the Heart Demon Tribulation. The Heart Demon Tribulation was unrelated to the flesh. It targeted the spirit will. Therefore, during the Heart Demon Tribulation, external forces were essentially useless. To successfully overcome it, one could only rely on oneself, on an indestructible spirit will. However, the concept of spirit will was very nebulous. The strength of one's spirit will was not necessarily linked to one's power. Of course, the stronger the evolver, the less likely their spirit will was to be weak. But there had been natives on a barbaric wilderness planet within the main world's human civilization who possessed frighteningly high spirit will. According to the teacher's words, the so-called heart demon is the condensed essence of the endless resentment and other negative energies of a world. It's related to the fundamental laws of the world and only appears when an evolver reaches a certain layer. Lin Yuan silently thought, recalling the details that the Qikuan Star Lord had discussed regarding heart demons. Normally, a heart demon is a phantom entity, even more ethereal than the soul or primordial spirit, so not even soul defense treasures can counter the heart demon. When a 7th rank peak evolver attempts to break through to the 8th layer, the heart demon tribulation descends, leaving no possibility for turning back because the heart demon cannot be blocked, nor can you flee from it. As long as you are within the world, there is nowhere to hide. However, I have the door to the myriad realms. Can I first traverse worlds, attempt to break through to the 8th layer, and face the heart demon tribulation? If I sense something amiss and find that I can't withstand the heart demon tribulation, then I'll run, returning to the main world. Heart demons couldn't possibly have the ability to travel through the myriad realms, could they? To follow me back to the main world? Lin Yuan considered a subtle strategy, which was to utilize his own advantage and attempt to face the heart demon tribulation in different worlds. Outside the world, the endless demonic power of the ancestral demon tree formed the demon world, which was suddenly torn open by a rift. Whoosh! A figure burst forth from the crack, escaping while letting out bursts of wild laughter. Ah, foreign evil god, with the world sword protecting me, you cannot possibly kill me. The Tianqing Alliance leader wielded the world sword and moved away from the ancestral demon tree. Damn it. The ancestral demon tree could only watch helplessly as the Tianqing Alliance leader escaped. Originally, it had been suffering an origin source deficit, and now it had exerted itself using the extremely taxing demon world technique, coupled with the numerous wounds inflicted by the Tianqing Alliance leader's sword within the world. The ancestral demon tree, now incredibly weak, was utterly incapable of pursuing to kill the Tianqing Alliance leader. Or rather, even if the ancestral demon tree had the strength to pursue, it would not, because it fundamentally couldn't kill the Tianqing Alliance leader. Whoosh! The Tianqing Alliance leader transformed into a ray of light and returned to the side of the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs. At the same time, the ancestral demon tree slowly receded and vanished from everyone's sight. Alliance leader! Alliance leader, are you all right? That evil god didn't hurt you, did it? The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs immediately asked with concern. At this moment, the Tianqing Alliance leader's aura was somewhat weakened, but his eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. This time, he risked his life and fought alone against the ancestral demon tree. During their full-powered clash, he finally comprehended the true extent of the ancestral demon tree's weakness. Weakened. That foreign evil god is currently in a weakened state. The Tianqing Alliance leader's heart raced. The weakness he perceived was not due to the use of a trump card, but rather, it predated that. It was already very weak. The opportunity for my Tianqing world is coming. The Tianqing Alliance leader looked towards the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, his spirit agitated and filled with confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349. Decades ago, the Tianqing Alliance leader had already faintly perceived the weakness of the ancestral demon tree. But at that time, he wasn't certain and couldn't confirm if the so-called weakness was intentionally revealed by the ancestral demon tree. It might have been a ploy to lure him into a trap. Wielding the world sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader was nearly invincible. However, the precondition was that he could not stray too far from Tianqing world, as beyond a certain range, the power of the world sword would be diminished. If the ancestral demon tree had such intentions, the Tianqing Alliance leader naturally needed to be vigilant. It was just now, in the midst of battle with the ancestral demon tree within the demon world, and with the help of the world sword senses, the Tianqing Alliance leader truly felt the ancestral demon tree's weakness. In the midst of a fierce battle, and with the world sword's perception, the Tianqing Alliance leader confirmed his judgment. My fellow cultivators, our chance in Tianqing world has come, the Tianqing Alliance leader said with a relieved breath, looking towards the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs with a serious expression. Opportunity? What opportunity? Alliance leader, do you know something? The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs were originally somewhat anxious, but upon seeing the Alliance leader's expression and tone of voice, they immediately became curious. The ancestral demon tree. The Tianqing Alliance leader immediately shared his judgment. For over 300 years, the foreign evil god used its mighty power to forcibly open a battlefield outside our Tianqing world, dragging us into an endless war mire. Every moment, the strong of our Tianqing world die, but with the evil god lying in wait, we have had no opportunity to destroy that battlefield. The Tianqing Alliance leader spoke in a somber tone, as did the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs. Over 300 years of war had taken their friends, relatives, offspring, many of whom had been lost to the evil god puppets on the battlefield. And as long as that battlefield existed, the war could not be stopped. They indeed wanted to destroy the battlefield so the foreign evil god would lose the basis to initiate it, but the ancestral demon tree was too powerful. Even if the Tianqing Alliance leader joined forces with the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, they could only manage to hold their own against the ancestral demon tree at best. But now, the ancestral demon tree was inexplicably weak, and the Tianqing Alliance leader even had the confidence to contend with the adversary by himself. As such, there was the possibility to destroy the battlefield and end the war. As for the ancestral demon tree, the Tianqing Alliance leader had no intention to kill it. That was not realistic, but simply planned to drive it away. But now, the opportunity has come, an opportunity to completely end the war has come, the Tianqing Alliance leader stated emphatically, looking at the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, pausing after each word. End the war. The hearts of the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs were ablaze. They had dreamed of ending the war, but after 300 years, hope always seemed out of sight. Having heard the Alliance leader's words today, their hearts were beyond stirred. Going forward, I will use all our remaining resources to launch a counterattack, the Tianqing Alliance leader said. If that evil god dares to intervene, leave it to me. All you need to do is secure the entire battlefield and then destroy it. Yes, the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs replied without hesitation. The evil god battlefield was situated outside the world, and that was likely the evil god's lair and stronghold. If that evil god battlefield were destroyed, the ancestral demon tree would only be able to attack Tianqing world relying on its own strength, which would be virtually impossible. And with the ancestral demon tree's current strength, under the targeted defense of the powerful in Tianqing world, it would not be able to open up a second battlefield. In theory, as long as the evil god battlefield was destroyed, the ancestral demon tree would no longer have the capability to come into Tianqing world. Issue my decree, order the 10 mountain range demon beast kings to the battlefield, ready for a counterattack, the Tianqing Alliance leader instructed. When the ancestral demon tree invaded, the whole Tianqing world mobilized to resist. But actually, before the battle began, the Tianqing Alliance leader, among others, made the worst assumption. That was the inability to resist the ancestral demon tree's invasion, the collapse of the frontal battlefield. The war situation would spread within the world. For this reason, the Tianqing Alliance leader, despite facing the most adverse warfield conditions, never summoned the 10 mountain range demon beast kings. The 10 mountain range demon beast kings were Tianqing world's last resort to prevent a war collapse and invasion by evil god puppets. In that eventuality, the 10 mountain range demon beast kings were to take action, replacing the defeated cultivator army to temporarily resist the evil god puppets' invasion. This was something the Tianqing Alliance leader and the 10 mountain range demon beast kings had agreed upon many years ago when forming their covenant. In a crucial moment, the 10 mountain range demon beast kings must heed the Tianqing Alliance leader's decree. Of course, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. The 10 mountain range demon beast kings were originally the Tianqing Alliance leader's final force for resistance. But now, the Tianqing Alliance leader wished to gather all forces for a counterattack, which naturally meant the plans had to change a bit. The demon beast kings, after all, represented a significant force that could serve as the spearhead for a counterattack. If the counterattack went smoothly and the evil god was repelled, everything would be worth it. Yes. Discover stories at Yes. Yes. The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs replied spiritedly, turning to depart and convey the Tianqing Alliance leader's orders. Besides the demon beast kings, Tianqing world also harbored many hidden forces, all of which required the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs to authorize and command. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350. The Tianqing Alliance leader saw off the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs. Next, in order to fully mobilize all the forces of the Tianqing world, the Vice Alliance hierarchs, protectors, elders, and other senior members of the alliance would travel within the Tianqing world. He, however, needed to continue presiding over the battlefield to prevent the final counterattack of the ancestral demon tree. Everything is almost over. The Tianqing Alliance leader mused to himself with a deep and thoughtful gaze. Outside the Black Mist Mountain range, 2 streaks of light descended. This is the Black Mist Mountain range. I remember, the Black Mist Mountain range has 8 demon beast kings. The strongest is the giant elephant king, possessing the bloodline of an ancient divine elephant. The 2 streaks of light transformed into 2 figures, On the left was a lean old man named Chu Zhuang, an elder of the Tianqing Alliance. The Tianqing Alliance had 156 elders, each wielding 6th-rank strength, belonging to the alliance's upper echelon of power. The one on the right was a young man named Liaoan, also an elder of the Tianqing Alliance. Unlike the elder Chu Zhuang, Liaoan was quite young, just over 300 years old, had not even been born when the Tianqing world first encountered the invasion of the ancestral demon tree. Thus, Liaoan had never been to the Black Mist Mountain range. He had spent most of his time on the evil god battlefield, fighting against countless violent and cruel evil god puppets. Let's go. We should head inside. Continue your saga on free web novel. The lean old man, Chu Zhuang, then briefed Liaoan on some information about the Black Mist Mountain range and moved to enter it. The purpose of their visit was clear. It was to convey the decree of the Tianqing Alliance leader, commanding the 8 demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain range to go to the evil god battlefield, preparing for the upcoming counterattack. The Alliance leader aligned the heavens and the earth, and against the foreign evil gods he even holds a dominating advantage, and now he's preparing to counterattack. All the way, the lean elder, Chu Zhuang, couldn't help but express his emotion. He was indeed shocked when he first heard the Alliance leader's command to gather all forces of the Tianqing world for a counterattack. Indeed. Liaoan nodded. I hope that after repelling the evil god, I can have a home, Liaoan couldn't help but say. That's easy. With your strength and status, once the evil god is repelled, you'll be a hero of heaven and earth, and countless beautiful women will throw themselves at you. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, laughed heartily. As they walked, the two chatted. Suddenly, Liaoan stopped. He looked carefully around. What's wrong? The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, also stopped, looking at Liaoan with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I just feel, isn't it too quiet? Liaoan furrowed his brows slightly. Although I've never been to the Black Mist Mountain range, I've heard that this place is teeming with ferocious demonic beasts. It shouldn't be this quiet. To become an elder of the Tianqing Alliance at just over 300 years old. Besides, because of the increased opportunities to demonstrate valor due to the ancestral demon tree's invasion, Liaoan also possessed a kind of intuition and instinct that was unlike ordinary people's. He often sensed danger before it arrived. It is indeed a bit quiet. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, nodded slightly. But it should be nothing to worry about, right? Maybe the few demon beast kings deep in the mountain range have commanded the ferocious beasts to leave this area? The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, didn't think much of it. Even though the Black Mist Mountain range was the territory of ferocious demonic beasts, under the invasion of the foreign evil god, humans and demonic beasts had long since come to a mutual understanding. Hopefully. Liaoan thought for a moment and also felt he might be overthinking it. This was a major rear area in the Tianqing world. It wasn't absolutely safe but wasn't far from it. It was clearly inappropriate to maintain the same level of alertness here as on the battlefield against the evil gods. Let's go. We should be close. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, quickened his flying speed. Liaoan followed closely behind, heading deeper into the Black Mist Mountain range. Just then, a gigantic creature nearly 100 feet tall blocked their way. This massive creature was none other than the Divine Ape King, acting on Lin Yuan's orders to patrol the Black Mist Mountain range. It is one of the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range, known as the Divine Ape King. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, upon seeing the Divine Ape King, was not startled but delighted, and turned to introduce it to Liaoan. Divine Ape King? Liaoan sized him up and down, nodding slightly. Just from the aura alone, the Divine Ape King surpassed the average newly advanced 6th-rank cultivators. With his colossal physique coupled with the inherent talents of demonic beasts, even a 6th-rank peak cultivator would not dare to underestimate him. Divine Ape King, we are here by the mandate of the Alliance Hierarch to grant amnesty to you, the Demon Beast Kings, to go to the evil god battlefield. The gaunt elder Chu Zhuang finished introducing Liaoan and didn't beat around the bush, but directly transmitted his message to the Divine Ape King. To the evil god battlefield? The Divine Ape King naturally wouldn't agree. Currently, he only followed Lin Yuan's commands, and as for whatever Tianqing alliance leader, it naturally didn't catch his attention. Not going. The divine ape king was resolute. Not going. The gaunt elder Chu Zhuang was startled, seemed to think of something, and then slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. This is the mandate of the alliance hierarch. You should go now. The gaunt elder pulled out a token marked with the characters, Tianqing. The token, only the size of a palm, emitted strange fluctuations that couldn't be duplicated or replaced. The mandate of the alliance hierarch? The divine ape king observed it closely for a few moments. Although it was parasitized by the demon seed, it retained memories from before and knew what the mandate of the alliance hierarch truly implied. It was the highest power within the Tianqing world, where every life form, be it human or demonic beast, must heed the command. However, this did not include the divine ape king. The divine ape king only recognized orders from Lin Yuan. Hold on, I will contact the other kings. The divine ape king closed his eyes, secretly reaching out to Lin Yuan. In the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan was still immersed in enlightenment. Since the ancestral demon tree had lifted many restrictions on him, a variety of the ancestral demon tree's innate abilities awakened within Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan barely rested, constantly analyzing these with his against heaven's understanding, extracting their essence and discarding their dregs, integrating them into his martial path evolutionary path. Didn't expect that when the ancestral demon tree lifted the restrictions, it even greatly enhanced the abilities of the demon tree seeds. Lin Yuan slightly lamented. The demon tree seeds were abilities naturally mastered by a progeny demon tree. They didn't require the ancestral demon tree's explicit instruction to be unleashed and would naturally possess them upon reaching a certain stage. Originally, Lin Yuan thought the demon tree seeds were an unmodified method by the ancestral demon tree. But now, it was clear that he had underestimated the ancestral demon tree's precautions with its progeny. The most obvious indication was after the ancestral demon tree lifted the suppression on Lin Yuan, he not only awakened a vast number of former abilities, but even the existing demon tree seeds were significantly improved. The improvement here was comprehensive. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, perfected the demon tree seeds, greatly enhancing their parasitic capabilities. The parasitized, once infected, looked almost indistinguishable from before, seamlessly deceptive. Similarly, after perfecting the demon tree seeds, Lin Yuan could only condense 100 of them at most. Now, the number of perfected demon tree seeds Lin Yuan could condense had increased from 100 to 300. 300 perfected demon seeds, no need to be so selective now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Up to now, only 7 demon beast kings had been parasitized by Lin Yuan. As for the others, he had no interest in those demonic beasts below the demon beast kings. Someone's entered the Black Mist Mountain range? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and looked toward a direction. Currently, Lin Yuan's roots had spread throughout the entire Black Mist Mountain range. Anything happening within this range couldn't escape Lin Yuan's perception. The moment the 2 elders of the Tianqing alliance stepped into the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan detected them. Those 2 possess 6th rank strength? Lin Yuan felt carefully for a moment. A moment later, the divine ape king, through the demon tree seed, conveyed a message back to Lin Yuan saying that the visitors were 2 elders from the Tianqing alliance. 2 6th rank elders from the Tianqing alliance. A smile formed on Lin Yuan's face. How fortuitous! He had been considering finding new parasitic hosts, and these Tianqing alliance elders just showed up? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351 Black Mist Mountain Range. The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, and Liaoan stood waiting in their original spot. The divine ape king was nearby, eyes closed in deep thought, apparently communicating with several other demon beast kings. Uncle Zhuang, I still feel that something is off. Liaoan, as if scanning the surroundings, grew increasingly anxious as if an invisible eye was observing him from the shadows. This feeling was intense, usually only present on the evil god battlefield when faced with life or death dangers. Liao En had fought in the evil god battlefield for 200 to 300 years, yet had encountered true life and death dangers no more than 10 times. Each time, it was by relying on this special sense and preparing in advance that he had managed to survive and ultimately achieved numerous merits, becoming an elder of the Tianqing Alliance. But now, in the supposedly absolutely safe rear of the Tianqing world, Liao En found it somewhat inconceivable, yet he couldn't help but share with the emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang. Actually, upon just entering the Black Mist Mountain range, Liao En had already felt something was off, but the emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, hadn't taken it very seriously. "What's off?" the emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, asked in a low voice. "What's off?" Liao En furrowed his brows, unsure of what exactly was wrong. It was just his sixth sense, wildly sounding alarms. Didn't they say all the demon beast kings are deep within the Black Mist Mountain range? Why has the divine ape king appeared here? Liao En thought for a moment, glanced at the divine ape king, and found a random excuse to say. This, the emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, fell silent. Why the divine ape king was here? The entire Black Mist Mountain range was the territory of the demon beast kings, and the divine ape king could be wherever it wanted. They really couldn't control it. "All right. Come with me. They are ready to meet you." The divine ape king stood up, its huge body blocking out the sunlight, casting Chu Zhuang and Liao En into shadow. The divine ape king took large strides toward the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, and Liao En looked at each other. "Don't worry, this is the Black Mist Mountain range. Those demon beast kings wouldn't dare to attack us, right? Aren't they afraid of the alliance leader?" The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, comforted Liao En a few times. "Let's hope." Liao En steadied his nerves and followed Chu Zhuang. As time passed, they moved ever closer to the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. Liao En's heartbeat accelerated, his vision slightly blurred. Danger! Danger! Extreme danger! Liao En felt every piece of flesh in his body trembling. "How could I be feeling this?" Liao En couldn't believe it. The last time Head had this feeling was over 100 years ago. At that time, Liao En was still 4th rank, fighting against the evil god puppets on the evil god battlefield. It was the first time Liao En had experienced such a premonition, and not long after, the foreign evil god itself descended, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Foreign evil god? Liao En's scalp tingled, unable to believe that he was feeling the same sensation as when the foreign evil god descended deep in the rear of the Tianqing world. "It's no use. I can't go any further." Even Liao En himself found it hard to believe that the foreign evil god would descend in the depths of the Yunwu mountain range. But his instinctive bodily reaction prevented Liao En from venturing deeper. Even if it meant facing punishments from the Tianqing Alliance or losing his position as an elder. Whoosh! Liao En soared into the sky, fleeing wildly towards the outside of the Black Mist Mountain range. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, was somewhat baffled. He couldn't understand why Liao En suddenly took such action. Still running. The divine ape king, leading the way ahead, glanced at the wildly fleeing Liao En and stretched out his right hand to strike. Boom! Terrifying power began to compress space, and although the divine ape king seemed exceedingly weak in front of Lin Yuan, without even the capacity to resist, in front of others, even as a 6th-rank elder of the Tianqing Alliance, he was mighty enough to grievously injure Liao En with a slap, smashing him hard to the ground. Your next chapter is on free web novel The Gaunt Elder, Chu Zhuang, took a long time to react. First came Liao An's unexplained escape, then the divine ape king took decisive action, heavily injuring Liao En with a slap. Divine ape king, how dare you? Though he didn't understand why Liao En did that, as an elder of the Tianqing Alliance, Chu Zhuang naturally stood by Liao An's side. After all, Liao En hadn't done anything, so why should the divine ape king strike so ruthlessly? He's not dead, just injured. The divine ape king looked down at Chu Zhuang, his voice buzzing. Just injured? If that's the case, We will go back to heal his wounds, and once he's recovered, we'll return to deliver the orders of the Tianqing alliance leader. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, fell silent for a moment, then rose and flew towards Liao. The sudden strike by the divine ape king gave him an ominous feeling, coupled with the words Liao and had just said. Chu Zhuang felt like the Black Mist Mountain range was no longer the same as before. Although Chu Zhuang had not dealt with the divine ape king before, he knew very well what it meant for a demon beast king to strike an elder of the Tianqing alliance. Yet, the other party did it anyway, which left Chu Zhuang somewhat fearful. There were two possibilities. 1. The divine ape king had gone mad. 2. The divine ape king simply did not regard the Tianqing alliance or the Tianqing alliance leader with any respect. Only then would he act so recklessly. Go back. No need to go back. He can heal here at my place. The divine ape king looked up, casting a distant gaze towards the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352. How come? Could it be, Divine Ape King, that you plan to leave me here to heal my wounds? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, sneered. Although his strength was not on par with the Divine Ape King's, it was only by a slight margin. The Divine Ape King wouldn't be able to deal with Liao and as he had with himself, incapacitating him with a single slap that was far beyond his reach. Liao and was a recent 6th-rank cultivator, while he, Chu Zhuang, had been a 6th-rank powerhouse even before the ancestral demon tree invaded. Try and see. The Divine Ape King made his move, and a terrifying aura spread around him. You indeed have issues, and so does the Black Mist Mountain range. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, stated each word with gravity. The Divine Ape King not only made a move against Liao but was now planning to keep him detained within the Black Mist Mountain range. What was he trying to do? Break. The energy around the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, burst out all at once, and with an all-out blow, he barely managed to stagger the Divine Ape King. Stay updated through immediately afterwards, he shot into the sky, heading towards a location in the Black Mist Mountain range with great speed. Not good. The Divine Ape King was about to chase after him. You fool, you think you can pursue me? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, looked back over his shoulder. With his speed, he would soon be able to reach the outer regions of the Black Mist Mountain range, from where he could then contact other members of the Tianqing alliance. The Black Mist Mountain range dares to commit such unruly acts, I will surely inform the alliance leader and have you all flattened. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang's expression turned grim as he had already made up his mind. However, just at that moment, a black vine rose silently from the ground and with a light flick, knocked the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, unconscious. Thank you, master, for making a move. The Divine Ape King strode forward, bowing slightly towards the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range. If not for that black vine just now, he might have actually allowed the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, to escape. Who knows how much time had passed? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, and Liaoan gradually regained consciousness. I am not dead? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, felt his mind was a complete mess. In the last moments of his memory, all he saw was a pitch-black vine lashing out towards him. The feeling he got from that vine was far beyond what the Divine Ape King could compare with. In the presence of demon beast kings, the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, still had the power to resist. But when he saw that pitch-black vine, the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, felt as if pressure was coming from all around him, above, below, left, right, squeezing in on him. There was simply no way to avoid, nor was there any chance to evade, that pitch-black vine. This feeling, the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, had only experienced when facing the Tianqing alliance leader, the strongest in the Tianqing world, who wielded the world sword, the sense of powerlessness and despair like an ant looking up at the sky and earth. 7th-rank peak expert. A 7th-rank peak expert had made a move against them. The thought had just risen in the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang's mind when he completely lost consciousness again. Where is this? Liaoan also came around. He swallowed hard and looked around. This was a vast valley, with abundant spiritual energy. If they were still in the Black Mist Mountain range, it could only be at its very depths. Uncle Zhuang, we are now, Liao and also noticed Chu Zhuang, who had also woken up, beside him. At this moment, both of them felt uneasy, realizing that their blood, spirit, and soul were all sealed, leaving them completely immobilized. One can only imagine the fear in their hearts. Demon Beast Kings. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, looked up around him. To his shock, he found 7 enormous figures standing reverently on both sides in the distance. Among these 7 colossal figures were the newly met Divine Ape King as well as the Giant Elephant King and King of Azure Birds, whom Chu Zhuang recognized. All 7 Demon Beast Kings of the Black Mist Mountain range had gathered here. What astounded the gaunt elder Chu Zhuang the most was that these 7 exalted Demon Beast Kings were all standing there respectfully, with an exceptionally submissive posture, bowing towards the highest place. Who could command such respect and even submission from the Demon Beast Kings? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, found it unbelievable. Demon Beast Kings were proud by nature, their noble bloodlines made them disdainful of human cultivators. In the entire Tianqing Alliance, the only ones who could make Demon Beast Kings bow with dread were the Tianqing Alliance leader and the few Vice Alliance hierarchs. But even with dread, that was different from submission. With an incomparable sense of fear and a hint of curiosity, the emaciated elderly Chu Zhuang looked in the direction where the 7 Demon Beast Kings were bowing. The rustling sound. It was an ancient tree. Its branches swaying, strands of black tendrils hanging down. Amidst it all, an evil, ancient aura assaulted the senses. What is that? The emaciated elderly Chu Zhuang was somewhat baffled, faintly feeling as though he had seen this ancient tree before, but he could not remember when exactly. Or perhaps he had already remembered, but his instincts were rejecting it, for the true identity of this ancient tree carried an unprecedented and immense horror. Uncle Zhuang, it's the foreign evil god, the foreign evil god. Liao's voice trembled, breaking through Chu Zhuang's mental defense. It was the foreign evil god. This ancient god resembled the one from the evil god battlefield beyond the world, exceedingly similar. Shape, appearance, essence, it was essentially a smaller version of the ancestral demon tree. How could that be? The emaciated elderly Chu Zhuang's soul could not help but shudder. If what they saw was the foreign evil god, then what would the ancestral demon tree, having single-handedly dragged the entire Tianqing world into the quagmire of war from beyond the world, be considered? Having suffered unspeakably, he had fought desperately on the evil god battlefield, striving to keep the foreign evil god outside of the world, to secure a chance for all creatures within to survive. But turning around, the foreign evil god had already entered the Tianqing world? The emaciated elderly Chu Zhuang felt a sense of overwhelming despair at that moment, with a vague understanding that the Tianqing world was now enveloped in darkness. The foreign evil god. No, you are definitely not the foreign evil god. At least not the actual being of the foreign evil god itself. Just as Chu Zhuang was shrouded in the gloom of resignation, Liaoan, standing beside him, suddenly stood up, staring fixedly at the ancient tree worshipped by the 7 Demon Beast Kings. No sooner had Liaoan spoken than the 7 Demon Beast Kings glanced his way. A terrifying pressure descended, yet Liaoan remained standing firm, albeit with trembling legs. After a long while, a massive surge of spiritual fluctuation spread from within that ancient tree. How can you tell? Lin Yuan looked down at Liaoan and Chu Zhuang with interest. Since his arrival in this world, Lin Yuan had at most eavesdropped on conversations among human cultivators. He had yet to truly interact with human cultivators. Firstly, he feared revealing any flaws, knowing humans to be much smarter than demonic beasts. He naturally avoided contact with these intelligent beings until he could dominate the world without rival. Secondly, there was no need. Whatever Lin Yuan wanted to know, he could find out by conducting a soul search from the shadows, bypassing direct communication. How can you tell? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, Liao N's scalp exploded with fear again, now certain that this smaller ancestral demon tree before him possessed a definitive consciousness. If you were the foreign evil god itself, there would be no need for you to hide within the Black Mist Mountain range. You could have acted already, instead of battling with our Tianqing alliance from afar. Liaoan took a deep breath. Freewebnov. Calm, and now, you'd better let us go. Both of us are elders of the Tianqing alliance, persons of high status. Having come to the Black Mist Mountain range to summon the demon beast kings, our prolonged absence will surely prompt other alliance powerhouses to investigate, and in time, Liaoan went on to explain the pros and cons to Lin Yuan. Ultimately, although I do not know your relationship with that foreign evil god, as long as you join forces with our Tianqing alliance, once we deal with that foreign evil god, I will surely plead with the alliance leader to spare your life. Liaoan spoke slowly. Everything he now said was based on his own speculation. That is, the ancient tree before them was not the foreign evil god from beyond the world. Or rather, it did not share the same intent as that foreign evil god. Liaoan had reasons for his conclusion. He and Chu Zhuang were not instantly killed. If they were facing the real foreign evil god, the two of them wouldn't even have the chance to wake up, let alone negotiate terms. The real foreign evil god, evil and terrifying as it is, would render weaklings like them completely voiceless. Having finished speaking, Liaoan waited quietly. The emaciated elderly Chu Zhuang did the same. They had no choice. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan was the foreign evil god or not, their lives were in his hands. Even if Liaoan was eloquent, if Lin Yuan decided to kill them, there would be no escape for either of them. Even if the Tianqing alliance's powerhouses were to come later in revenge, death would still mean death. Time slowly passed by. Liaoan and Chu Zhuang waited nervously for judgment from Lin Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353. In the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range, Chu Zhuang and Liaoan were tense. Their only hope now was that Lin Yuan, wary of the Tianqing alliance, would not completely turn against them and would spare their lives. However, Lin Yuan simply sized them up, then released the demon tree seeds and began the parasitism. Chu Zhuang and Liaoan, as elders of the Tianqing alliance and sixth-rank powerhouses, barely met Lin Yuan's parasitic criteria. Moreover, as high-level cultivators of the Tianqing alliance, they held even greater parasitic value. Two gray seeds fell. After perfecting the parasitic effect, the demon tree seeds appeared darker, and a mysterious soul force seemed to flow within them. Not good. He wants to parasitize us. Upon seeing this, the slender elder Chu Zhuang immediately guessed what Lin Yuan intended to do. As an elder of the Tianqing alliance, having fought for many years at the evil god battlefield, he knew several common tactics used by that foreign evil god. One of these was the parasitic ability, which, although made the human cultivators appear dazed and stiff, allowed them to inherit most of their combat power from before and made them fearsomely courageous. But most importantly, it impacted the psyche of the cultivators from the Tianqing world. Once comrades in arms, now those who were parasitized turned into fierce attackers. It's useless. Even if you parasitize me, you won't be able to hide it for long. If we disappear for too long, the alliance's powerhouses will surely come looking. Liaoan struggled as he roared quietly. At that moment, they were strenuously resisting the parasitic ability of the demon seeds. You think it won't be hidden for long? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, without further explanation. Chu Zhuang and Liaoan, along with other Tianqing alliance elders, were still under the impression that the parasitic ability was at the level of the ancestral demon tree on the evil god battlefield. But Lin Yuan was not the ancestral demon tree. The power of his demon seed's parasitism, after Lin Yuan had spent decades perfecting it with his against heaven's understanding, was immeasurably stronger than that of the ancestral demon tree. In this regard, one need only look at the nearby 7 demon beast kings. Chu Zhuang and Liaoan did not realize that the demon beast kings had already been parasitized, thinking instead that they had merely submitted to Lin Yuan. Rustling. The demon seeds rapidly merged into the foreheads of Liaoan and Chu Zhuang. After a brief struggle, these two sixth-rank elders, immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. "Master, did it work?" Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while. He confirmed that the seeds within the minds of the two had completely integrated. "Speak, what brings you to the Black Mist Mountain Range, and what is the situation at the Evil God battlefield?" Lin Yuan casually asked. The Divine Ape King had already reported that these two Alliance elders were sent by the Tianqing Alliance leader to recruit the Demon Beast Kings for a counterattack at the Evil God battlefield. But Lin Yuan wanted to inquire about more details. "Master, the Tianqing Alliance leader has determined that the foreign Evil God is in an extremely weakened state, hence the decision to launch a counterattack to completely destroy the Evil God battlefield. For this reason, the Tianqing Alliance leader has decided to utilize many of the Tianqing world's resources, such as the Demon Beast Kings of the 10 Great Mountain Ranges and certain war machines, among others. These resources, many of which only the Vice Alliance hierarchs have the authority to mobilize, so this time, the leader has deployed 12 Vice hierarchs along with numerous protector elders into the Tianqing world to quickly assemble the myriad heritage weapons for the counterattack." Liaoan spoke respectfully in a hushed tone. After being parasitized by the demon seeds, they were not technically deceased but merely replaced, so many of their memories remained unaffected. "I see." Lin Yuan nodded, naturally understanding the reason why the ancestral demon tree was in such a weakened state. "Are you saying that the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs and the protector elders are all within the Tianqing world now?" Lin Yuan seemed to think of something and asked. "Yes, master." Liao En and Chu Zhuang exchanged glances and nodded affirmatively. "I see." Lin Yuan stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. "Since that is the case, after you two go back out, bring 1 or 2 more elders here," Lin Yuan spoke. Now that his stock of demon seeds had surged to 300, he could certainly parasitize a few more. Outside the Black Mist Mountain Range, Liao En and Chu Zhuang transformed into streaks of light and flew out. "Master wants us to bring other elders back. Which one should we bring?" Liao En pondered, glancing at Chu Zhuang. Though both were Tianqing Alliance elders, Chu Zhuang certainly had a far greater influence and connections than he did. "I have someone in mind. Follow me." Chu Zhuang nodded, immediately heading toward another of the 10 Great Mountain Ranges. The Myriad Beasts Mountain Range. Like the Black Mist Mountain Range, it was one of the 10 Great Mountain Ranges of the Tianqing world. Outside the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range stood a middle-aged man. These demon beast kings, dilly-dallying even after receiving the leader's decree, saying they need to prepare. This middle-aged man, named Bian Bo, was also one of the elders of the Tianqing Alliance. This time he had come to the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range to relay the leader's decree, ordering the Demon Beast Kings there to join the counterattack at the Evil God battlefield. As Bian Bo grew impatient, suddenly, 2 streaks of escape light appeared in the distance. "Ah, it's elders Chu Zhuang and Liaoan." Bian Bo scanned them briefly, then came forward with a smile. "Brother Bian Bo, your next read is that the slender elder Chu Zhuang responded with a smile. How is it? Are these demon beast kings cooperating?" Chu Zhuang inquired. "Cooperating? With the leader's decree, how dare they not cooperate?" Bian Bo scoffed. "But these demon beast kings, too indecisive, saying they need a while to prepare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 354. Is that all? Chu Zhuang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Brother Chu Zhuang? Bian Bo sensed there was more to it and asked. Chu Zhuang exchanged a glance with Liaoan and said in a low voice, "Brother Bian Bo, you know that the 2 of us are responsible for the Black Mist Mountain Range." "Right." Bian Bo nodded. "We went to grant amnesty to the Demon Beast Kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Those Demon Beast Kings were quite insightful, offering treasures proactively and asking us to take good care of them on the battlefield." Chu Zhuang explained. "There's such good fortune?" Bian Bo's face was full of envy. The Demon Beast Kings of the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range didn't have that foresight. Forget about offering benefits. They wouldn't even speak a few kind words. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuang couldn't help but smile proudly. What kind of treasure did the demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain range actually offer? Bien Bo asked with some curiosity. Seeing Chu Zhuang so pleased, the treasure could not be ordinary. Earth milk. Chu Zhuang spoke in a hushed tone. Earth milk. Bien Bo repeated, somewhat puzzled. Million-year-old earth milk. Chu Zhuang added two more words. Million-year-old earth milk? Bien Bo's eyes widened. This was a real treasure, especially for sixth-rank cultivators like them. It could have an effect similar to marrow cleansing. It's just a pity. Million-year-old earth milk cannot be preserved, cannot be taken with us. Liao and I absorbed it for half a day, struggling until we could no longer continue, and then we left. Chu Zhuang shook his head. Right. Million-year-old earth milk, a true miracle of heaven and earth, quickly dissipates once it leaves its birthplace. Bien Bo nodded. This was common knowledge in the realm of cultivation. But the next moment, Bien Bo realized something. Brother Chu Zhuang, are you saying that there's some million-year-old earth milk left? Bien Bo asked tentatively. More than just some. Chu Zhuang shook his head and said, By the way, Brother Bien Bo, do you want to go absorb some? It's a rare opportunity. Thanks, Brother Chu Zhuang. Bien Bo was overjoyed. It's just, I need to wait here for the demon beast kings of the Myriad Beasts Mountain range. Bien Bo hesitated. What's so difficult about that, Liao? And you lead Brother Bien Bo to the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, and I stay here to wait, wouldn't that work? Chu Zhuang patted his chest and said, Then, thanks, Brother Chu Zhuang. Bien Bo looked touched. What a good man Brother Chu Zhuang was, not only informing him about the great opportunity of the million-year-old earth milk but also waiting here for the demon beast kings on his behalf. Go on. Our relationship will grow even closer in the future. Chu Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. Of course. Stay connected with Freeweb Novel. Bien Bo nodded affirmatively. In front of a verdant lake, an elder with a goat beard stood quietly, surveying the lake. 400 years ago, the foreign evil god appeared outside of the world, causing many powers of the Tianqing world to tremble. Among them, the Xuanwu Beast King, known as one of the four divine beast kings, lies in slumber here. Before the Xuanwu Beast King went into slumber, it made a pact with the Alliance hierarch, saying that if one day there was a great matter related to the foreign evil god that required its aid, it need only be asked. The elder with the goat beard mused to himself. He was a protector of the Tianqing Alliance, a sixth-rank peak powerhouse. His mission to enter the Tianqing world this time was specifically to awaken the Xuanwu Beast King. Just then, the elder with the goat beard glanced at the distance. Uncle, it's me. A figure flew quickly towards him. It was Bien Bo, Little Bo. The elder with the goat beard nodded slightly. As a high-ranking member of the Tianqing Alliance, the elder with the goat beard would occasionally lend a helping hand to his descendants and juniors. Bien Bo was the most promising among his offspring. What's the matter? The elder with the goat beard asked directly. He had the task of awakening the Xuanwu Beast King and could not afford to delay for too long. I have a friend who went to the Black Mist Mountain range to recruit the demon beast kings there to go to the evil god battlefield. Bien Bo began to speak. I know of this. The old man with the goat beard nodded. The Vice Alliance hierarchs and protectors who had returned from the evil god battlefield each had their own tasks to undertake. Uncle, guess what my friend found in the Black Mist Mountain range? As Bien Bo said this, he carefully looked around. Found what? The old man with the goat beard asked, somewhat amused. The He Tao flower, 1,000-year-old He Tao flower. Bien Bo lowered his voice and spoke seriously. 1,000-year He Tao flower? The old man with the goat beard's pupils tightened. A cultivator at the 6th rank peak wishing to break through to the 7th rank needed, apart from their own understanding of the Great Tao, the help of rare items like the 1,000-year He Tao flower to shorten or even skip the process. The old man with the goat beard, being a 6th rank peak powerhouse, dreamt of breaking through to the 7th rank. Unfortunately, his natural talent was not sufficient. If nothing unexpected happened, He estimated that he would never touch the 7th rank. But now, he saw hope. The 1,000-year He Tao flower. If he could get his hands on that He Tao flower, entering the 7th rank was a certainty. At that time, based on his past merits and his relationships with a few Vice Alliance hierarchs, the old man with the goat beard would become the 12th Vice Alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Alliance. Is this true? The old man with the goat beard looked at Bien Bo, and, since it's a 1,000-year He Tao flower, why don't you keep it for yourself instead of telling me? Although the old man with the goat beard had provided much help to Bien Bo, in the face of such a great chance to step into the 7th rank, let alone that the two were uncle and nephew, even if they were father and son, a falling out could occur. The 8 demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range joined forces to monopolize the He Tao flower. I couldn't get my hands on it. That's why I came to tell Uncle. Bien Bo explained. Why not report it to the Alliance? The old man with the goat beard asked. Report it to the Alliance? How much benefit can they give me? It's better to tell Uncle, and when Uncle steps into the 7th rank and becomes a Vice Alliance hierarch, just don't forget about little Bo. Fear appeared on Bien Bo's face in a timely manner. I see. The old man with the goat beard nodded slightly. That made sense. It wasn't that Bien Bo didn't want the He Tao flower. It was that he simply couldn't get it, and if he continued to drag things out, he reckoned it would be devoured by those few demon beast kings. These demon beast kings, a bunch of good-for-nothings, we humans are on the battlefield resisting the invasion of the evil god, while these beasts are enjoying themselves in the rear. The treasures like the He Tao flower should naturally belong to us humans, yet they think of monopolizing it. The old man with the goat beard became furious. Little Bo, take me there. I want to see which demon beast kings dare to monopolize the He Tao flower. The old man with the goat beard immediately went with Bien Bo to the Black Mist Mountain Range. As for awakening the Xuanwu Beast King, that wasn't urgent, and there would be no harm in waiting until the He Tao flower was in hand. Several days later, atop a high mountain, a tall man stood with his hands behind his back. This place seals one of the strongest foundations of Tianqing world, a war machine that can dominate all. The tall man was somewhat emotional. As a Vice Alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Alliance, second in status only to the Alliance hierarch, only he had the authority needed to activate this foundation. Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao. I have a major discovery to report to you. At this moment, a beam of escape light flew rapidly in. It was the old man with the goat beard. What major discovery? Mr. Gao turned his head, glancing at the old man with the goat beard. In the Tianqing Alliance, the old man with the goat beard was under his command, and the two had a relatively close relationship. I have a nephew who found traces of a world weapon in the Black Mist Mountain Range. After casting a spell to prevent eavesdropping, the old man with the goat beard spoke in a low voice. Half a year later, in the depths of the Black Mist Mountain Range, all 12 of the Tianqing Alliance's Vice Alliance hierarchs, 33 protectors, 156 elders, the 4 holy beast kings, and 93 demon beast kings, stood there respectfully. They answered Lin Yuan's questions about the secrets of Tianqing world. Looking down at the 16 7th-rank powerhouses, 88 6th-rank peak powerhouses, and 194 6th-rank powerhouses, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation, his heart inevitably stirred. Who would have thought that I, a lackey sent in by the foreign evil god, would take control of the entire Tianqing world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355. Lin Yuan looked down expressionlessly at the numerous powerful figures below, bowing respectfully. These people can be said to be the most elite forces of the entire Tianqing world. Or rather, they are the group that holds the core power of the Tianqing Alliance. Indeed, within the Tianqing Alliance, the alliance leader is the strongest. However, to govern a force relying solely on the most powerful is futile. Rather, one must rely on their subordinates. Power is not top-down, but bottom-up. The Tianqing Alliance leader is usually either in seclusion, cultivating, or battling with the ancestral demon tree. Where does he have the time to manage the Tianqing alliance? Simply put, these are the real controllers of the entire Tianqing alliance, that is, the real rulers of the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan controlling these people means controlling the Tianqing world, and this is by no means an exaggeration. As for the Tianqing alliance leader, his most trusted subordinates, cherished beauty, and valued descendants are now all under Lin Yuan's control, and they are currently completely unaware of it. To Lin Yuan, the Tianqing alliance leader is merely meat on the chopping board, to be handled whenever he wishes. Things are going too smoothly. Lin Yuan glanced at the crowd and couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. At first, he merely wanted to find a few strong members of the Tianqing alliance to parasitize and then infiltrate the Tianqing alliance, to gradually expand thereafter. Where could he have imagined that the development would be too rapid, unable to halt the progression, and he accidentally became the puppet master of the Tianqing world? Lin Yuan began to recap in his mind. Firstly, things went this smoothly because the Tianqing alliance leader decided to launch a counterattack against the foreign evil god, sending the 12 alliance leaders and many protector elders into the Tianqing world, which significantly impacted the outcome. Had these powerful members of the Tianqing alliance still been in the evil god battlefield, Lin Yuan would not have found it easy to make a move. As to prevent the phenomenon of deserting, the Tianqing alliance leader had already decreed that any cultivator on the evil god battlefield may not return to the Tianqing world without his command. This would make Lin Yuan's parasitization not so smooth. Your journey continues at Freeweb Novel because the perfected demonic parasitic ability required Lin Yuan to be present and perform it personally. If those strong ones did not come over, Lin Yuan could not possibly go to the evil god battlefield alone. However, under the orders of the Tianqing alliance leader, all the vice alliance hierarchs and protector elders returned, providing Lin Yuan with an excellent external environment. Secondly, emotions. Generally speaking, the more powerful an individual, the lonelier they are, and the fewer friends they have. With no emotional ties, you won't believe which place boasts a peerless treasure. You say there is a treasure just like that? However, these Vice Alliance hierarchs and protectors of the Tianqing Alliance had deep bonds after battling together against the foreign evil god on the battlefield for 300 to 400 years. They likely had life-saving bonds. The trust foundation is very high, and now that they're back in the Tianqing world, everyone is in a good mood, and their vigilance is lowering. That's why they could be attracted one by one, allowing Lin Yuan to parasitize them sequentially. Then, it was the parasitic ability perfected by Lin Yuan. This reason is perhaps the most significant one. The Tianqing Alliance was very familiar with the parasitic ability of the ancestral demon tree. It never occurred to anyone that the parasitized fighters would perfectly replace their original selves, leading no one to think in that direction. This is also why these powerful figures of the Tianqing world are unable to handle unexpected situations and lack countermeasures. Lastly, it is Lin Yuan's strength that is sufficiently strong. Even if he lured in the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs and the 4 Divine Beast Kings one by one, all of whom are 7th rank in terms of combat power, even if they are far inferior to Lin Yuan, there was a chance they could have sent out a message. However, under Lin Yuan's understanding of the spatial prison, isolated from everything, none of these Vice Alliance hierarchs nor the Holy Beast Kings managed to send out a message after being successfully parasitized. The most important aspect is that those who were parasitized did not die but lived in another form, meaning it was impossible to detect anything unusual through means like life fire. Because they hadn't died, any predictions of life or death through life fire and other means naturally became useless. "Master, this is all I know," a breathtakingly beautiful woman respectfully said. This woman was the mistress of the Tianqing Alliance leader. With her statement, Lin Yuan's understanding of the Tianqing Alliance leader had reached an unprecedented level. He even knew what color underwear the other person wore. "Master, should we bring the Alliance leader over now?" Another Vice Alliance hierarch respectfully asked, whose contributions were indispensable in Lin Yuan successfully controlling the Tianqing world this time. Most of the Vice Alliance hierarchs from the Tianqing Alliance had been led by him. As the current Tianqing Alliance leader's mentor, this Vice Alliance hierarch held tremendous prestige within the Tianqing Alliance. With him stepping forward, which other Vice Alliance hierarch would dare to refuse? The reason he could lead this Vice Alliance hierarch over was entirely because Lin Yuan controlled the sizable protector position held by this Vice Alliance hierarch's favored descendant. This Vice Alliance hierarch adored this descendant tremendously, allowing Lin Yuan to successfully clinch him. Not for now. Lin Yuan shook his head as he was not planning to make a move against the Tianqing Alliance leader immediately. His greatest advantage now lies in the shadows. The Tianqing Alliance leader had no idea that everything he had painstakingly managed had already fallen into Lin Yuan's hands. Therefore, the timing of Lin Yuan's move against the Tianqing Alliance leader is crucial. If he were to bring the Tianqing Alliance leader over now, it might raise suspicions. After all, with the foreign evil gods still unresolved and as the strongest of the Tianqing Alliance, the only one capable of combating the ancestral demon tree, why would returning to the Tianqing world be appropriate? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356. Furthermore, discover exclusive tales on free web novel. Even if the Tianqing Alliance leader were to be lured over, there is a high likelihood that he would bring the World Sword with him. The World Sword, a world weapon nurtured by the Tianqing world for countless years, could match the ancestral demon tree in its heyday with a few moves beyond this world. As for within this world, even Lin Yuan now would rather not confront the World Sword head-on. And how to deal with the World Sword? Lin Yuan had long devised a plan. Fundamentally speaking, the Tianqing Alliance leader is not the true owner of the World Sword. He is merely a temporary user. If it were not for the threat of the foreign evil god, the consciousness of the Tianqing world would never have allowed the World Sword to appear. The very reason for the emergence of the World Sword is the foreign evil god. As long as the foreign evil god is dealt with, the World Sword will no longer remain in the hands of the Tianqing Alliance leader. Therefore, Lin Yuan had no intention of immediately attacking the Tianqing Alliance leader. I assign you 2 tasks. Lin Yuan looked down at the many powerful beings below and said slowly, "Master, please command us." "Don't worry, Master, even if it's not just 2 tasks, but 20 or 200, we will accomplish them. Right, Master? Please tell us." Nearly 300 strong beings listened intently with fervor. As hosts to demon tree seeds, they were naturally extremely obedient to Lin Yuan. Disseminate this cultivation system gradually. Using his mind, Lin Yuan slightly altered the martial arts evolution system and, through the connection with the demon seeds, transmitted it to everyone's minds. This journey, apart from pioneering further stages in the martial arts evolution system, spreading the martial arts evolution system was also a plan Lin Yuan had long decided upon. However, in his first 100 years after arriving in this realm, Lin Yuan's identity was special and he dared not even show his face, let alone spread the martial path evolutionary path. But now it was different. With the help of these local strong beings of the Tianqing world, spreading the martial path evolutionary path could not be easier. This cultivation system, no problem, Master. Such a profound cultivation system will be wasted on those mere ants. Rest assured, Master, we guarantee to accomplish the mission. Nearly 300 strong beings vowed confidently. Lin Yuan didn't doubt them at all. Because this task was indeed not difficult, especially since those present were high-ranking people from the Tianqing world. What's spreading a cultivation system? Moreover, the martial path evolutionary path has limitless potential. Even without their advocacy, as long as it isn't suppressed or targeted, it would spread slowly on its own. Another matter is to return to the evil god battlefield, get back to the side of the Tianqing Alliance leader, pretend as if nothing has happened, and launch a counterattack against the foreign evil god, Lin Yuan spoke. Destroying the evil god battlefield was one of Lin Yuan's goals. Without the evil god battlefield, the ancestral demon tree would have to rely on him reaching the 5th stage and then establishing a spatial channel to descend upon the Tianqing world. In doing so, Lin Yuan would inevitably possess more bargaining chips to plan for more benefits. such as a substantial amount of the ancestral demon tree's origin power? Lin Yuan acquiring the origin power was not just to enhance his strength, but also to weaken the ancestral demon tree. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Outside the Tianqing world, Evil God Battlefield. At this moment, the Evil God Battlefield was on the verge of collapse. Under the forceful counterattack of the Tianqing world, it began to occupy a large area, while the foreign Evil God, the ancestral demon tree, dared not make a move under the guard of the Tianqing alliance leader wielding the world sword. Damn it. In a distant illusion, the ancestral demon tree's presence turned chaotic, watching the Evil God Battlefield gradually turn to dust, its heart bleeding. The Evil God Battlefield, refined from a special metal in the outer void, had cost the ancestral demon tree untold efforts. Through the Evil God Battlefield, the ancestral demon tree could more easily penetrate the interior of the world. But now, its efforts were collapsing. Helpless, retrieving the Evil God Battlefield required a lot of time, and the ancestral demon tree had to be present above the battlefield. And this was something the Tianqing alliance leader would never allow. If my origin power hadn't been depleted so much, would I be afraid of you? The ancestral demon tree gritted its teeth. At its peak, even the Tianqing alliance leader alone could not have stopped it. Therefore, if the Tianqing alliance leader dared to launch a counterattack, the ancestral demon tree would descend onto the battlefield, dragging the Tianqing alliance leader into a fierce battle nearby. In this way, merely the repercussions of their battle would have been enough to sweep across the battlefield, making it impossible to take control of the battlefield. But now, with severe loss of origin power and the Tianqing alliance leader wielding the world sword, he could drive him into a chase without sparing any attention for the overall situation on the battlefield. Above the Evil God Battlefield, the Tianqing alliance leader sat cross-legged, the world sword floating before him, radiating layers of indescribable fluctuations that enveloped all around. It seems that the Evil God is not planning to make a move. The Tianqing alliance leader murmured to himself. His purpose here was to wait for the ancestral demon tree. After all, launching a counterattack and destroying the Evil God Battlefield would, for the ancestral demon tree, be akin to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. 400 years ago, the ancestral demon tree was able to easily forge the Evil God Battlefield because the Tianqing world was unprepared. As long as the Evil God Battlefield is destroyed and the Tianqing world is prepared, even if the ancestral demon tree gains a second Evil God Battlefield, it won't be able to carve it out from beyond the world. So, in the eyes of the Tianqing alliance leader, launching the counterattack and destroying the Evil God Battlefield should cause the foreign Evil God to struggle at least a little. After all, the destruction of the Evil God Battlefield meant that the foreign Evil God would no longer have an opportunity to descend into the Tianqing world. Duan Lang, with his masterful strategies and invincible strength, knows that the foreign Evil God, even if it intervenes, cannot match him, so it has also refrained from making any meaningless moves. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared beside him and softly said to the Tianqing alliance leader, "Ian." The Tianqing alliance leader looked at the beautiful woman, a smile appearing on his face. This woman, named Ian, had an ambiguous relationship with him, and they had shared their hearts with each other frequently. Only, because of the pressure from the foreign Evil God, the Tianqing alliance leader had not yet confirmed their relationship with Ian. Of course, although their relationship was not confirmed, the Tianqing alliance leader had compensated Ian in many ways, such as the position of vice alliance hierarch and so on. Ian, once we completely destroy the Evil God Battlefield, we can be together forever. The Tianqing alliance leader couldn't help but embrace Ian and whispered softly. His heart had already started imagining all the wonderful things after they drove back the foreign Evil God. Then he would take the woman he loved traveling and enjoying leisurely days. And with the merit of repelling the foreign Evil God, he would become the greatest cultivator in the history of Tianqing world, and be praised by countless future cultivators. Yes, then Ian can be with Duan Lang, forever, the beautiful woman Ian whispered, her tone tinged with a hint of shyness. Of course. The Tianqing alliance leader laughed heartily. However, what he did not notice was, at this moment, nestled in his arms, Ian's eyes faintly flashed a strange light. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan gazed toward the direction of the evil god battlefield. It looks like the war is nearly over. Separated by the world barriers, Lin Yuan was unable to perceive the specific situation on the evil god battlefield. But through the life and death status of parasitic beings, he could infer that the counterattack must be going well. Being a descendant of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan could just about sense the ancestral demon tree's general location. Of course, the ancestral demon tree could also sense Lin Yuan's location. According to Lin Yuan's perception, the ancestral demon tree had never approached the evil god battlefield. Just then, in the root area, the cluster of burning black flames suddenly began to fluctuate. Lin Yuan saw this and immediately focused his mind before the black flames. Shortly after, a somewhat anxious and impatient voice from the ancestral demon tree came from within the black flames. What stage have you reached now? The situation here cannot be salvaged, it's up to you now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357. The ancestral demon tree was extremely irritable. Watching helplessly as the evil god battlefield it had established gradually collapsed was a grating experience. Even for it, remaking an evil god battlefield would require a huge sacrifice and take up thousands to tens of thousands of years. But now, it was gone. The loss of the evil god battlefield, combined with the substantial origin power given to Lin Yuan, made the ancestral demon tree feel like a gambler who had lost all his trump cards. If it couldn't descend to the Tianqing world to make up for the losses, this time it would be utterly ruined and it had no idea if it could ever recover. Ancestor, what has happened? Lin Yuan pretended to be ignorant and asked with concern. After all, in the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, he was still struggling to survive in the Tianqing world. Even with the abundant origin power given by the ancestral demon tree, what place was the Tianqing world? Exposing any trace of himself would attract the attack of countless powerhouses, and might even catch the attention of the Tianqing alliance leader holding the world sword. My strength has been greatly depleted. The Tianqing alliance leader found a weakness, and now almost has the control of the battleground. The ancestral demon tree did not elaborate further. Instead, it directly asked, I've given you so much origin power over the years, why are you still growing so slowly? Quite obviously, the ancestral demon tree was already somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yuan. Over the past 100 years, the demon essence it had invested in Lin Yuan could probably have created several sixth-stage demon trees. Even though different offspring of demon trees have varied degrees of absorption of origin power, even the worst qualified ones should have almost reached the 5th stage by now. Ancestor, I'm so useless. I've been hunted down by demon beast kings many times, left critically injured and dying, and could only use the origin power you bestowed for healing. Lin Yuan had his answer prepared and quickly said it. This reason was flawless. The Black Mist Mountain range was home to a multitude of demonic beasts and even demon beast kings. It was inevitable for Lin Yuan to be noticed during his growth, as it was difficult to contain the evil aura of the demon trees. Facing 6th-ranked demon beast kings, Lin Yuan was not yet able to resist, and once held up, attracting more demon beast kings would only make the situation worse. So he could only be hunted down. Using my origin power to heal wounds, the ancestral demon tree's heart bled. If Lin Yuan absorbed the origin power to enhance himself, then after being devoured by it, that origin power could come back. Read latest stories on Freeweb novel but healing wounds. That was a total loss. However, Ancestor, I have now grown to the peak of the 4th rank, just a step away from advancing to the 5th stage, Lin Yuan said again. Peak of the 4th rank? The mood of the ancestral demon tree improved slightly. This was the only good news it had heard so far. How long will it take for you to grow to the 5th stage? The ancestral demon tree inquired. Once Lin Yuan grew to the 5th stage, his life essence would be strong enough to open a stable space channel. I should be able to do it within 5 years, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and answered. 5 years was an incredibly short time for a life form like the demon tree from beyond the realm. No, no, 5 years is too long, the ancestral demon tree shook its head. This wasn't about time. It was that considering the current situation in the evil god battlefield, numerous powerhouses would probably return to the Tianqing world in 5 years. After all, the war had ended. By then, even if Lin Yuan opened a space channel, there would be risks for it when descending. Hey Race, what will do? It'll send you some more origin power, and you force a breakthrough to try and reach the 5th stage within a year. The ancestral demon tree assessed itself. Its own origin power was now only 70% of what it was at its prime. Still, it painfully took out 20% of its origin power and sent it to Lin Yuan without hesitation. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan was its only hope. As long as Lin Yuan could grow to the 5th stage, the investment it had made could at least be mostly recouped, if not entirely. Ancestor, isn't this too much? Lin Yuan, overjoyed by the origin power sent by the ancestral demon tree, asked with pretended concern, Ancestor, won't you be affected by losing so much origin power at once? It's not a big deal, the ancestral demon tree said through gritted teeth. In truth, the impact was significant. Faced with the Tianqing Alliance leader wielding the World Sword, even the ancestral demon tree with only 50% of its origin power would have to flee far away. But as long as it could descend into the Tianqing world, everything would be worth it. Even a weakened ancestral demon tree was still a foreign evil god. As long as it could enter the interior of the world, it could, through a certain secret technique inherent to its talent, fuse into the origin vast ocean of the world. Then, the origin power of the entire Tianqing world would be its feast. Of course, the execution of the secret technique talent required time, but the ancestral demon tree was confident that it would catch all the powerhouses of the Tianqing world off guard, with no time to stop itself. Then, Ancestor, rest assured, I will definitely complete your task, Lin Yuan said solemnly. Just establish the space channel and I will reward you well. The ancestral demon tree still didn't forget to promise rewards up till now. In the deepest depths of the Black Mist Mountain Range, Lin Yuan cut off the connection with the ancestral demon tree. It should be very weak by now. Lin Yuan judged internally that the origin power just bestowed by the ancestral demon tree was almost half of what he had been given in the past. With such a large one-time loss of origin power, Lin Yuan could guess even without thinking too hard that the ancestral demon tree was in poor condition. It was relying on him to turn the tide. Outside the Tianqing world, the vast evil god battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358. The Tianqing Alliance leader gazed down, while the ancestral demon tree did not intervene. The evil god battlefield quickly collapsed by a large part, finally turning to ash in the end. We won. We have finally won. We defeated the foreign evil god. We protected our homeland, the Tianqing world. Countless powerful beings of the Tianqing world had tears in their eyes, even the Tianqing Alliance leader, whose thoughts began to search. 400 years. A war that lasted an entire 400 years. It has finally come to an end. Duan Lang, let's go home. We're going home, back to the place we used to live, Ian said joyfully by his side. Home. The Tianqing Alliance leader was silent for a while. Wait a moment. Even though the evil god battlefield is destroyed, the foreign evil god is still alive. I must leave the World Sword here to prevent the return of that evil god, the Tianqing Alliance leader said somewhat reluctantly. As the wielder of the World Sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader knew all too well how powerful this weapon was. Under normal circumstances, such a weapon should not even exist. Even if it did come into being, it had a great impact on the consciousness of the Tianqing world. But the threat of the foreign evil god to the Tianqing world was too great. That's why the Tianqing Alliance leader became the wielder of the World Sword. Without the World Sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader had little resistance against the foreign evil god. But with the world sword, he was able to fight back and forth with the ancestral demon tree. Leave the world sword here? Ian was stunned, looking at the Tianqing Alliance leader. Indeed. The world sword is a condensation of the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Only by placing it here can it block all the methods of that foreign evil god, the Tianqing Alliance leader said with a nod. Ian, you go back to the world with the others first. I will set up the world sword and then join you, the Tianqing Alliance leader said. All right. Ian nodded and turned to leave. After Ian disappeared, the Tianqing Alliance leader looked at the world sword floating in front of him. Old pal, we must part ways. But if you detect any activity, notify me right away. Though he couldn't take the world sword with him, after so many years, the Tianqing Alliance leader had already refined a part of it. If he wished, he could sense the world sword at any moment, even summon it back to him. The world sword turned into a ray of light, engraved beyond the world. It's time I returned, the Tianqing Alliance leader sighed. He too flew toward the heart of the Tianqing world. At the edge of the Tianqing world, 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, 4 holy beast kings, 33 protectors, 156 elders, and 93 demon beast kings were all standing there. Full of eager and exhilarated anticipation, they waited for him. Everyone. The Tianqing Alliance leader felt overwhelmingly emotional. Let's all return home. The Tianqing Alliance leader, leading his own forces, traveled along the golden light path toward the depths of the world. Along the way, countless beings of the Tianqing world bowed in worship. As a legendary figure who saved their world, the Tianqing Alliance leader very much enjoyed this sensation. As everyone passed the Black Mist Mountain range, one of the Vice Alliance hierarchs suddenly furrowed his brow and said to the Tianqing Alliance leader, "Leader, I feel an unusual presence below." Oh? The Tianqing Alliance leader immediately took it seriously. This Vice Alliance hierarch was a 7th-rank peak expert, specialized in searching. Had it not been for his actions over the past 400 years, locating the foreign evil god's position, the casualties might have been far worse. Black Mist Mountain Range. The Tianqing Alliance leader looked down below. Let's go. Let's see what exactly is down there, the Tianqing Alliance leader said with a cold laugh, fearing nothing. He had repelled both the foreign evil god and the ancestral demon tree, any unusual presence within the world. If not for passing by coincidence and the discovery being reported by a Vice Alliance hierarch he esteemed, the Tianqing Alliance leader probably wouldn't have given it a second glance. All right. We will follow the leader's orders. What kind of damned presence dares to reveal itself as we pass? It deserves death, the many powerful beings echoed. Then let's go down together, said the Tianqing Alliance leader with a nod, leading his subordinates towards the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. According to that Vice Alliance hierarch, the location with the unusual aura was precisely at the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. As they drew closer to the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, the Tianqing Alliance leader's frown deepened. He vaguely sensed that the aura emanating from the deepest part of the range was somewhat strange, even bearing some similarity to that of the foreign evil god. This was a significant matter. The Tianqing Alliance leader's expression became grave. The previously relaxed expression on his face had disappeared. Everyone be careful, he cautioned his numerous subordinates. Shortly afterward, the Tianqing Alliance leader and his subordinates arrived at the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. This was a valley with an ancient, evil presence subtly lingering around it. In the center of the valley stood an ancient tree with countless black vines hanging down. The foreign evil god. The Tianqing Alliance leader looked shocked. Having dealt with the ancestral demon tree for many years, he immediately recognized that this ancient tree was eerily similar to the ancestral demon tree. Wait, no. It's not the foreign evil god. The Tianqing Alliance leader observed carefully. He was very familiar with the ancestral demon tree, and it was exactly for this reason that he was sure the tree before him was not the cruel and wild foreign evil god. It's an offspring of the foreign evil god. Who would have thought that the one we missed over 100 years ago could have survived until now? The Tianqing alliance leader immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of killing intent appeared on his face. Over 100 years ago, the ancestral demon tree paid a huge price to pry open the world barrier of the Tianqing world, scattering hundreds of thousands of demon seeds within the world. The Tianqing alliance leader was aware of this matter and had ordered a dedicated effort to deal with it, striving to eradicate all demon seeds. Experienced tales at Freeweb novel, however, he never expected that one of the demon seeds would survive and grow to such an extent. In a flash, the Tianqing alliance leader sorted out the cause and effect. Even your ancestor was repelled by me. What are you in comparison? He thought to himself, his heart cold as he stared at the swaying ancient tree in the distance. At that moment, he saw Lin Yuan as dead for sure. Leading so many powerful beings, along with himself, a 7th-rank peak existence, they would be able to resist even the true ancestral demon tree for some time. As for an offspring of the demon tree, Vice Alliance Hierarch, I'll leave it to you to take action and personally deal with this remnant of the evil god, said the Tianqing alliance leader indifferently. Mr. Fong, the Vice Alliance Hierarch who had noticed the unusual aura in the Black Mist Mountain range, possessed 7th-rank strength, nowhere near sufficient to confront the ancestral demon tree. But for an insignificant offspring, in the eyes of the Tianqing alliance leader, there would be no problem. Take action. Mr. Fong fell silent for a while, then gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and said, "Master, what should we do now?" As these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became eerily strange. The Tianqing alliance leader's pupils shrank sharply. He had never imagined that his most trusted subordinate would call a remnant of the evil god their master. "Fang Jingqing, how dare you?" the Tianqing alliance leader roared in fury. His thoughts whirled rapidly, and scenes that had passed along the way flashed through his mind. Fang Jingqing had discovered the unusual aura in the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, then led them all here, and now Fang Jingqing was addressing that remnant of the evil god as his master. Fang Jingqing had led them here with premeditation. "This isn't good. Everyone, retreat. It's an ambush." Predicting everything, the Tianqing alliance leader's expression changed drastically, and he was about to instruct his subordinates to leave the area. But at that moment, Ian, who stood behind the Tianqing alliance leader and was his beloved confidant, gently lifted her right hand and placed it on the Tianqing alliance leader's back. The Tianqing alliance leader's expression changed dramatically. His vital energy visibly weakened at an alarming rate. The Tianqing alliance leader turned around in shock to look at Ian. He could never have anticipated that his beloved woman would strike him such a fatal blow. Ian is also untrustworthy. You all must. The Tianqing alliance leader tried to suppress his injury and take off into the sky to flee with his remaining subordinates. In the next instant, the many subordinates whom the Tianqing alliance leader had protected stepped forward in unison, surrounded their leader, and their auras converged, pressing down upon him. You as well. The Tianqing alliance leader looked at his numerous subordinates, his face briefly showing a mix of confusion and shock. And a feeling of utter estrangement filled him to the brim. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. The Tianqing alliance leader's blood surged with fury, almost driving him mad on the spot. The subordinates he trusted, the revered elders and masters, his sworn brothers, and the sweetheart he cherished. All of them had betrayed him at this moment? The Tianqing alliance leader was no fool. From the moment everyone surrounded him, an incredibly unbelievable thought sprang to his mind. That these people had all betrayed him and turned to the demigod progeny. But how could that be possible? Not to mention, what did the demigod progeny offer to buy over the subordinates he had nurtured over so many years? The critical question was, when did this happen? He still had no idea about it until now. A chill ran through the Tianqing alliance leader's heart as he looked at the numerous powerful beings surrounding him not far away. Just moments ago, they had still been respectful towards him, but now they were utterly cold, showing no sign of remorse on their faces. Do you all really know what you're doing? Unable to accept this, the Tianqing Alliance leader spoke in a low voice. He wanted to ask why they sided with the demigod progeny? Following him and enjoying the worship of countless beings in the Tianqing world, wasn't that far better than siding with an evil god? The Tianqing Alliance leader particularly fixed his gaze on Ian. This was his beloved, who, after repelling the foreign evil god, could stand atop all beings in the Tianqing world alongside the Tianqing Alliance leader as he ruled. Others might have a slight possibility of betraying him, but why would Ian betray him? Full of expectation, the Tianqing Alliance leader looked towards Ian, but what he received in return was only her cold gaze. Who are you exactly? Read latest stories on Freeweb novel. The Tianqing Alliance leader did not attempt to break out of the encirclement. Given the current situation where all his subordinates had betrayed him, and the instigator of it all, Lin Yuan, had yet to make a move, the Tianqing Alliance leader knew the chances of breaking out alone were slim. If they dared to confront him directly, they must have made meticulous preparations. So, what the Tianqing Alliance leader needed to do now was to buy time. And then, summon back the World Sword. Freewebble. Not long ago, on the evil god battlefield, the Tianqing Alliance leader had left the World Sword outside the world, to prevent any backlash from the foreign evil god. Actually, this wasn't a problem. Even racking his brain, he hadn't anticipated that his biggest threat wouldn't be the ancestral demon tree from outside this world, but Lin Yuan from within this world. Regardless, no matter what difficulties he faced, the Tianqing Alliance leader believed that as long as the World Sword was in hand, he could fear no circumstance. For the World Sword was a world weapon that had been nurtured by the Tianqing world for countless millennia. The closer one was to the Tianqing world, the greater its power. If it were to be activated within the world, the Tianqing Alliance leader was confident that even the ancestral demon tree in its prime wouldn't dare to confront him directly. At that moment, he would take back everything that was his. However, as the Tianqing Alliance leader bought time, Lin Yuan wasn't unaware of it. It had taken him great effort to find a moment when the Tianqing Alliance leader was separated from the World Sword. He certainly wouldn't hold back. As the Tianqing Alliance leader turned his gaze towards him, Lin Yuan immediately unleashed the Fiend God Gaze. This ability, derived from the ancestral demon tree and similarly potent in the hands of the demigod progeny, how could it be any less powerful when executed by Lin Yuan? Boom! The terrifying soul fluctuations swept across the area. The Tianqing Alliance leader felt his thoughts shake and his consciousness slowly sinking. This is bad. The Tianqing Alliance leader was startled, forcing his mind to concentrate, biting his tongue, and resorting to using a forbidden technique to regain his clarity. He immediately soared into the sky. From that brief encounter, the Tianqing Alliance leader realized that staying to delay time was even more dangerous. The power of this move is hardly less than that of the foreign evil god. What kind of monster is this demigod progeny? The Tianqing Alliance leader's scalp exploded. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Had he really repelled that foreign evil god who possessed such a demigod progeny? It made no sense. Generally, the strength of the progenitor far surpasses that of its progeny. The power of this demigod progeny he was facing suggested that its progenitor could easily obliterate the entire Tianqing world. Yet the reality was the opposite. The progenitor evil god, during the destruction of the evil god battlefield, didn't dare to show up. With such a powerful demigod at your disposal, why be so cowardly? The Tianqing Alliance leader's thoughts surged wildly as he raced out of the Black Mist Mountain range. He had already started to recall the World Sword, just a little longer, and he would... The Tianqing Alliance leader hadn't finished thinking when he saw the sky and earth reversing, the power of space swirling around, forming a cage. Just as expected. Relying solely on the demon tree's abilities, it's still very difficult to completely detain you. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, his vines swaying as he manipulated the power of space, teleporting and pulling the Tianqing Alliance leader back in front of him. Even without the World Sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader was still at the 7th rank peak. Even for the ancestral demon tree at its peak, killing the Tianqing Alliance leader would take considerable effort, and there was a chance he could escape. What kind of technique is this? Unlike Lin Yuan's Sai, the Tianqing Alliance leader was thoroughly shocked. He had clearly escaped some distance just now, so how had he ended up back here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, The Power of Space. The power of space can also be used like this. The Tianqing Alliance leader's spirit shuddered, for at his level he had naturally begun to comprehend space rules long ago. However, the foundations of the Tianqing world were limited, and the Tianqing Alliance leader's comprehension of the space rules had always been like a blind man feeling an elephant. For the Tianqing Alliance leader, his comprehension of space rules had no so-called foundation, no core space model to reference. He could only rely on himself. Here's a simple example. The dimensional assault brought by Lin Yuan from the exceedingly prosperous main world of the Human Civilization Alliance upon the Tianqing Alliance leader. Ignoring the Tianqing Alliance leader's shock, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze toward a certain direction. That was the direction where the evil god battlefield once existed, but now, a vast aura was rapidly approaching. Is it the World Sword? Lin Yuan had anticipated this. The Tianqing Alliance leader, having wielded the World Sword for 400 years, definitely had an extraordinary connection to it. The Tianqing Alliance leader facing mortal peril meant the World Sword moving on its own to protect its master was only normal, and still within Lin Yuan's expectations. It's too late, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If the Tianqing Alliance leader had summoned the World Sword back before entering the Black Mist Mountain range, he might have had the ability to contend with Lin Yuan. But now, even the World Sword, flying from outside the Tianqing world to the Black Mist Mountain range, would take at least a good half of an incense stick's time. In such a long time, the Tianqing Alliance leader would have already been crushed and rounded by Lin Yuan. Of course, Lin Yuan also considered that the World Sword could traverse space, akin to teleportation, to get closer to the Black Mist Mountain range. Friednal. Calm, but Lin Yuan had prepared countermeasures. The World Sword was indeed powerful, but it also needed its master to activate it. Without an active World Sword, its power greatly diminished, otherwise there would be no need for the Tianqing Alliance leader to wield it. Why not just let it fight the ancestral demon tree directly? And with its power greatly diminished, Lin Yuan was confident he could delay the World Sword. Start the parasitic control. With just a thought from Lin Yuan, a dull gray seed began to fall, entering the spatial prison. And in the few breaths since, under Lin Yuan's casual attack, the Tianqing Alliance leader trapped in the spatial prison was already severely wounded and dying. If Lin Yuan didn't have the idea of parasitic control, the Tianqing Alliance leader would have died long ago. Aha, is this parasitic control? No, the parasitic methods of the foreign evil god shouldn't be like this. The Tianqing Alliance leader moaned in pain. At this moment, countless images flashed through his mind. His own subordinates, elders, and loved ones, inexplicably betraying him. So that's how it is. A look of realization appeared on the Tianqing Alliance leader's face. So, they didn't betray him, but were controlled by this spawn of the evil god? The Tianqing Alliance leader's gaze showed relief, and in the next instant, the Tianqing Alliance leader closed his eyes and bowed to Lin Yuan, saying, "I've seen the master." Parasitic control was successful. For 400 years, the Tianqing Alliance leader had fought with the ancestral demon tree, possessing the strength of the 8th layer. But most of that relied on the World Sword, and as for the Tianqing Alliance leader himself, he was still at the 7th rank. Facing Lin Yuan, who had also reached the 7th rank peak and whose combat power was not much weaker than the ancestral demon tree, the Tianqing Alliance leader naturally had no power to resist. "Master." The Tianqing Alliance leader spoke respectfully. "Rise." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. To deal with this Tianqing Alliance leader, Lin Yuan had made many arrangements and backup plans. For instance, he anticipated the possibility of the Tianqing Alliance leader breaking out of the spatial prison. Even if the Tianqing Alliance leader really did manage this, there were still more measures waiting for him afterward. Can you still control the World Sword? Lin Yuan asked directly. Communicating with his own parasite, a direct inquiry was enough. Master, I should be able to. The Tianqing Alliance leader closed his eyes to sense for a while before nodding in reply. Very good. A smile appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. The reason he went to such lengths, trying to control the Tianqing Alliance leader, was not only because of the Tianqing Alliance leader's strength as the strongest in the Tianqing world. What is more important is the World Sword. The World Sword was born from the Tianqing world. In theory, it had no possibility of emerging, as it was closely related to the origin source of the Tianqing world. If Lin Yuan could obtain the World Sword and, with his against heaven's understanding, ponder over it, he might decipher the grand secret of the world's rotation and life and death, and then integrate it into his inner world. 8th layer evolvers and even 9th rank evolvers cultivations were primarily focused on the inner world. Constantly perfecting the inner world, enabling it to grow, and eventually become a true big world. Go, bring back the World Sword. Lin Yuan ordered the Tianqing Alliance leader. Yes. The Tianqing Alliance leader got up and left. After half an hour, the Tianqing Alliance leader returned. But this time, he held a stone-made long sword in his hand. This long sword, made entirely of gray-white stone, yet vaguely emitted the fluctuations of a power that commanded the world. Is this the World Sword? With a thought from Lin Yuan, the World Sword in the hands of the Tianqing Alliance leader flew towards Lin Yuan. Perhaps it sensed something. The World Sword began to struggle violently. If we were outside, you might have a chance to break free. But here, Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. Having operated the Black Mist Mountain range for 100 years or so, every inch of space was within his grasp, leaving the World Sword no possibility to resist. So, Lin Yuan's mind and consciousness briefly touched the World Sword. Through the World Sword, Lin Yuan faintly sensed the massive origin source of the Tianqing world, and the world consciousness that had fallen into slumber. As expected, it didn't surprise Lin Yuan at all that the world consciousness had fallen into slumber. It was to be expected. Did one truly believe using the World Sword came without any price? If that was the case, then why wouldn't the Tianqing world let the World Sword emerge? If it weren't for the invasion of the ancestral demon tree, which posed a destructive threat to the Tianqing world, it is likely that the World Sword wouldn't have emerged this time either. The World Sword is the manifest core essence of the Tianqing world. Every time the World Sword is used, it shakes the consciousness of the Tianqing world. Over time, after numerous uses, the world consciousness of the Tianqing world will fall into slumber. Of course, even if the world consciousness falls asleep, the Tianqing world still has an almost instinctive defense against the outside world. But for the inside of the world, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If the world consciousness of the Tianqing world were awake, Lin Yuan's growth would definitely not have been so smooth. This was also thanks to the ancestral demon tree. Without this foreign evil god, the Tianqing Alliance leader would not have frequently urged the World Sword and eventually reached a certain limit that put the world consciousness to sleep completely. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking down at the Tianqing Alliance leader, the Vice Alliance hierarch, protectors, elders, the 4 divine beast kings, and the demon beast kings. If one said that before gaining control over the Tianqing Alliance leader, Lin Yuan was merely the hidden puppeteer of the Tianqing world. Now Lin Yuan was the true, uncrowned king of the Tianqing world. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had gone by. During this time, Lin Yuan had the Tianqing Alliance leader and others return to the Tianqing mountain, the central point of the Tianqing world, to receive the worship of all beings, as per the regular plan. Moreover, under Lin Yuan's secret push, the martial Tao cultivation system had officially become the most authoritative cultivation system in the Tianqing world, standing side by side with the original cultivation system. With Lin Yuan's influence, it was foreseeable that in a few hundred years, the cultivation system of the Tianqing world would be completely replaced by martial Tao. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's consciousness converged in the root area, staring at the clump of dark flames burning. It's almost time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It was also time to deal with the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan worried that if he continued to wait, the ancestral demon tree might think of forcibly cutting itself loose and fleeing. With this thought, Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and began to contact the ancestral demon tree through the dark flame. The dark flame was the hinge between the ancestral demon tree and Lin Yuan. The ancestral demon tree could contact Lin Yuan through this flame. Lin Yuan could also do the opposite. Of course, originally, a tree demon spawn like Lin Yuan did not have the right to actively contact the ancestral demon tree. Experience tales at Freeweb novel, but after the last release of his talents, the ancestral demon tree simply allowed Lin Yuan to contact it at any time. There was no other way. As of now, Lin Yuan was its only surviving offspring. Its hope to recover all losses by descending upon the Tianqing world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361. In fact, Lin Yuan had overestimated the ancestral demon tree. The foreign evil god didn't have the boldness to cut off its own flesh and leave. It had completely lost its composure and pinned all its hopes on Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan actively contacted the ancestral demon tree, pretending to have grown to the 5th stage, the joy in the heart of the ancestral demon tree was imaginable. Opportunity. The opportunity I've been waiting for has finally come. Outside the Tianqing world, in a shadowy expanse of the void, the ancestral demon tree stared intently at the vast world in the distance, as if looking at a delicious cake. After destroying the evil god battlefield, the Tianqing alliance leader deliberately left the world sword behind to prevent a counterattack from the ancestral demon tree. In reality, such a move was completely unnecessary, as the current ancestral demon tree retained only 50% of its origin source from its heyday, and after losing the invasion battlefield, it simply had no power to threaten the Tianqing world. Who would have thought the seed I planted back then would become the key to my descent into the Tianqing world? Mused the ancestral demon tree, pleased with itself. All along, it never once considered that Lin Yuan might deceive it. As an offspring derived from the progenitor, the former has an almost instinctual loyalty to the latter. Tianqing alliance leader and those people, they didn't notice you after they returned, did they? The ancestral demon tree asked. Ancestor, the Black Mist mountain range where I hide is inconspicuous among the top 10 mountain ranges and has not attracted any attention, Lin Yuan said evenly, without a blush or a skipped heartbeat. That's good. The ancestral demon tree nodded. It thought the same. If Lin Yuan had indeed attracted the attention of powerhouses like the Tianqing alliance leader, how could he still contact it? Now start making preparations. In 3 days we will officially open the space channel. After giving a few instructions, the ancestral demon tree cut off contact. The reason for waiting 3 days before opening the space channel was entirely the ancestral demon tree's own plan. Its form was too large now, though compared to the entire Tianqing world, it was inconspicuous. But descending into the Tianqing world with such a massive size would draw attention no matter what. And such a huge body put pressure on the space channel. So over these 3 days, the ancestral demon tree intended to condense its form and shrink to within 100 meters. Only by doing so, could it possibly hide itself after passing through the space channel and by enough time to assimilate into the world origin source. As long as I can devour the entire origin source of the Tianqing world, it's all worth it, the ancestral demon tree thought to itself, finding the process of compressing its form excruciatingly painful. And it would certainly affect its combat power. Amongst the void beyond realms, the bodies of evil gods measure millions to tens of millions of miles. Are they just for show? A large size, although it reduces agility, brings many benefits in other areas. The most obvious is the ability to survive. An evil god with a millions of miles long body, compared to one that's tens of thousands of miles long, who gains more energy from a single breath. Naturally, it is the former. And in the outer void, the ability to survive is crucial, Even the evil gods spend most of their lives drifting alone through the void. Encountering other evil gods or a world is an extremely rare event. That's why the ancestral demon tree is so eager to descend into the Tianqing world. Such an opportunity is too rare. It's enough to propel an evil god even further. Black Mist Mountain Range. In 3 days? Lin Yuan pondered. The ancestral demon tree's plan to open the space channel in 3 days was a bit unexpected, but still within his plans. After considering these things, Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the Tianqing Alliance leader and the others below. Have you brought all the reserves over? Lin Yuan asked with a hint of concern. The Tianqing world still held many reserves. These reserves were in place to prevent extreme situations, should the ancestral demon tree manage to invade the Tianqing world. Master, the Yin-Yang Reversal Heaven and Earth Extermination 9 Heavens Great Formations layout has already been set up, with 16 7th-rank powerhouses, 88 6th-rank peak powerhouses, and 194 6th-rank powerhouses stationed at the key positions, leaving no margin for error. Moreover, we have brought 13 Thunder Creation Pearls. These 13 Thunder Creation Pearls are the accumulation of millions of years from our Tianqing world. There will be no issues, the Tianqing Alliance leader declared, thumping his chest. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, content in his heart. The Yin-Yang Reversal Heaven and Earth Extermination 9 Heavens Great Formation mentioned by the Tianqing Alliance leader is the most powerful formation in the Tianqing world since ancient times. If this great formation didn't rely on the Tianqing world, if it didn't greatly lose its power once removed from the world's range, it probably would have been taken to the evil god battlefield long ago. This sort of formation could only manifest its greatest power within the world. Powered by hundreds of powerhouses starting from the 6th rank, this great formation's power could rise to unimaginable heights. Even if the ancestral demon tree were in its prime, if by chance it fell within the reach of this great formation, it would barely escape with its life, if not worse. Experience new stories with Freeweb novel and the Thunder Creation Pearls? Lin Yuan has a profound understanding of the power of these pearls. A single Thunder Creation Pearl, when activated, would unleash a terrifying power that completely reaches the 8th layer level. The 9 Heavens Thunder of the Tianqing world, after gestating for millions of years, yielded only 15 Thunder Creation Pearls in total. Aside from the ones previously used, the remaining 13 Thunder Creation Pearls were brought in one fell swoop by the Tianqing Alliance leader. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362. Of course, while the Thunder Creation Pearl was mighty and terrifying, its flaws were also quite evident. One of which was the lengthy activation time, and during the activation period, it would emit thunderous fluctuations. At that time, even a fool could tell that you were preparing to use your trump card. By then, there would be ample time to consider whether to temporarily avoid the brunt of its force. However, the flaw of the Thunder Creation Pearl, to the soon-to-arrive ancestral demon tree, was tantamount to non-existent. Lin Yuan could calculate the timing perfectly. He could activate the Thunder Creation Pearl in advance, so that by the time the ancestral demon tree descended into the Tianqing world, the activation of the Thunder Creation Pearl would have nearly reached its end. The ancestral demon tree would probably not have reacted before it had to confront the earth-shattering might of 13 Thunder Creation Pearls. Still, the sensation is a bit off. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The stone sword, the world sword, flew out, landing in front of the Tianqing Alliance leader. This world weapon could only be activated by the creatures of this world. As for Lin Yuan, even if he could completely suppress the world sword, he couldn't activate it. After all, the evil demonic force of the demon tree was diametrically opposed to the pure power within the world sword. During the time Lin Yuan held the world sword, his main goal was to use it to comprehend the operations of the Tianqing world. Can you assure that with this sword, you can deal with that foreign evil god? Lin Yuan looked towards the Tianqing Alliance leader and asked. The world sword was the strongest foundation of the Tianqing world, and naturally, Lin Yuan could not let it go to waste. Since he himself couldn't activate it, then he would let the original owner of the World Sword do so. After all, Lin Yuan had now completely taken control over the Tianqing Alliance leader, and to him, the World Sword was merely going through the motions. Master, rest assured. With this sword in hand, just by myself, I can surely suppress that foreign evil god. The Tianqing Alliance leader was visibly excited. The closer the World Sword was to the Tianqing world, the greater its might. Now that the World Sword was within the Tianqing world, its power was unbelievably strong. It's almost time. Lin Yuan checked once more and nodded slightly. In truth, even if the ancestral demon tree expended everything to withstand the yin-yang reversal heaven and earth extermination 9 heavens great formation, to withstand the destructive thunder creation pearl, to withstand the Tianqing Alliance leader wielding the World Sword, it would still have to face the most terrifying existence. And that was Lin Yuan himself. In over 100 years, thanks to his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan himself did not know the extent of his strength, because so far, there hadn't been anyone who had forced him to exert his full power. Even when dealing with the Tianqing Alliance leader, Lin Yuan had done it effortlessly, without spending a bit of energy. Time passed. In a blink, 3 days later arrived. The ancestral demon tree was still somewhat uneasy, and checked one last time with Lin Yuan. You're sure the surroundings of the spatial channel you're about to open are safe, right? The ancestral demon tree asked solemnly. Lin Yuan looked at the several hundred experts ready for battle, the thunder creation pearl emitting a world-terminating vibration, himself still holding the World Sword, and the Tianqing Alliance leader exuding a terrifying presence. Absolutely safe. Lin Yuan nodded and encouraged, Ancestor, you can rest assured, don't you trust me? After assuring the ancestral demon tree a few more times, Lin Yuan began to open the spatial channel. A faint power of space began to fluctuate. An entrance was beginning to form. Outside the world, the form of the ancestral demon tree was now less than 60 meters tall. The spatial channel has finally begun to open. I've waited too long for this day. The ancestral demon tree looked at the gradually forming spatial channel, somewhat tearful with emotion. Just under half an hour. All I need is less than half an hour. Then I can successfully perform the secret technique and merge within the origin source of the Tianqing world. The ancestor meticulously calculated the time. Even though the moment the spatial channel was opened, the resultant spatial fluctuations would inevitably spread in every direction, by the time the powerhouses of the Tianqing world took notice, it would have been far too long. A mere half an hour was far too short for the entire Tianqing world. Unless upon his arrival, there was a large group of Tianqing world powerhouses waiting in strict formation, no one else could prevent him from merging with the origin source of the Tianqing world. Once the merge was successful, after devouring all of the Tianqing world's origin source, the ancestral demon tree would become unprecedentedly powerful. Haha! Tianqing world, here I come. The ancestral demon tree patiently waited for a while, confirmed the successful opening of the spatial channel, and then confidently entered the spatial channel entrance. The next moment, as if crossing infinite distances, when the ancestral demon tree stepped out of the spatial channel, it had arrived deep within the Black Mist Mountain range. This is? The ancestral demon tree had yet to get a clear look at its surroundings when it caught a scent, and its expression was one of pure enjoyment. A delicious scent. The ancestral demon tree felt every pore in its body relax, a stark contrast to the harsh environment outside the realm. Inside this world, the environment was filled with a gentle power that seemed like heaven to it. Hurry up and apply the secret technique. The ancestral demon tree was aware of the gravity of the situation. The ancestral demon tree began to observe its surroundings. It quickly noticed Lin Yuan. With the world barrier gone, the ancestral demon tree immediately sensed that Lin Yuan had grown to the 6th stage. And he was at the limit of the 6th stage, far beyond what one at the beginning of the 5th stage could compare to. In addition, the ancestral demon tree was shocked to discover it felt a faint, trembling presence emanating from Lin Yuan. How could this be possible at this time? Although the ancestral demon tree currently had only half of its origin source and its strength was far from its peak, it shouldn't be like this when facing its own offspring, even if only 1/10 of the origin source was left. Something isn't right. The ancestral demon tree immediately came to its senses. It was about to turn and return through the spatial channel to the outside of the world. However, the spatial channel in front of it began to collapse bit by bit. The ancestral demon tree was stunned on the spot. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted into the sky. A set of formations, faintly radiating infinite might, unfolded, with the force of yin-yang nine heavens extermination spreading throughout. Immediately after, thunder pearls began to emit extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Terrifying thunderous power permeated the area, transforming a million li around it into the nine heavens thunder pond, and under the extremely young and rigid thunderous power, the ancestral demon tree felt its consciousness dim and its remaining strength once again suppressed. However, this was far from over. The yin-yang reversal heaven and earth extermination nine heavens great formation was fully activated, with hundreds of powerhouses striking simultaneously. Next, the Tianqing Alliance leader, wielding the world sword, exerted all his strength in a slash, and within an instant, space was torn apart and terrifying might descended. No! Upon seeing this scene, the ancestral demon tree's scalp exploded. I am the ancestral demon. The ancestral demon tree did not hesitate to reveal its true body, its 60-meter stature growing rapidly. Rustle, rustle. In just an instant, half of the ancestral demon tree's body was torn apart. It made the ancestral demon tree's heart chill. Before the ancestral demon tree could take any action, the next wave of attacks surged over again. Ah! The ancestral demon tree suddenly emitted a terrifying psychic fluctuation, because it knew it probably wouldn't leave the Tianqing world alive. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy fluctuations poured down as if cascading. Before death, the ancestral demon tree's mind flickered with one thought after another. Even now, it was unclear about what had actually happened. Why were there so many powerhouses lying in ambush outside the spatial channel? And why were they using the Tianqing world's ultimate power? Could it be that the offspring demon tree had defected to the Tianqing world? But that seemed even more improbable. Whether it was the offspring demon tree or the ancestral demon tree, they stood in opposition to the Tianqing world, with no chance of reconciliation. Even if the offspring demon tree wanted to defect, the Tianqing world would have to be willing. If it wasn't the offspring demon tree defecting, then did the Tianqing world control the offspring demon tree? But that seemed equally impossible. As a descendant of a foreign evil god, it wouldn't be so easily controlled. How else could the ancestral demon tree have roamed outside the realm for so many years? And just now, in a fleeting glance, the ancestral demon tree perceived that the many powerhouses of the Tianqing world, including the strongest Tianqing Alliance leader wielding the world sword, were all treating its offspring demon tree with the utmost respect? Why was that? Within the split second, one doubt after another flashed through the ancestral demon tree's mind. The ancestral demon tree's massive body was torn asunder. Countless origin sources scattered, with exceptionally pure powers of evil emerging. Discover hidden tales at FreeWeb novel, Stop. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The remaining 5/10 of the ancestral demon tree's origin source began to converge in front of him, and he swallowed it all at once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363 in the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Here, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth boiled over, terrifying spatial fissures emerged one after another, but under the recovery of the void itself, they quickly healed. If it weren't for the fact that this place was Lin Yuan's stronghold for over 100 years, stabilized by special means, I fear a radius of tens of thousands of miles, even the void itself, would have shattered. After all, the slaughter that just took place was too terrifying. Lin Yuan didn't hold back his subordinates so as not to give the ancestral demon tree a chance. All strategies and reserves were thrown at the ancestral demon tree at once. Anyway, once Lin Yuan's stay was up, he would leave this world. Unless he paid the cost of world-breaking origin force, he couldn't take anything from this world with him. So Lin Yuan had no intention of being frugal. Ancestor? Are you still there, Ancestor? After swallowing the origin source scattered from the collapse of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan asked in a quiet voice. However, Lin Yuan received no response from the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan showed no surprise, for at the very moment the ancestral demon tree's body was torn apart, Lin Yuan sensed its aura drop to freezing point. Now, he couldn't sense the slightest breath of the ancestral demon tree. As a subordinate demon tree, sensing the aura of the ancestral demon tree was instinctive. Even if separated by vast distances and obstructed by multiple world barriers, at most the sense might be a bit hazy. But it was definitely there. Just now, the breath of the ancestral demon tree, or rather its life fluctuations, seemed to have completely disappeared. Clearly, the ancestral demon tree had completely fallen. Read latest chapters on FreeWeb novel. That's it? Lin Yuan sighed, his expression somewhat disappointed. He had originally wanted to exchange a few more moves with the ancestral demon tree. He told the Tianqing Alliance leader not to hold back and to give it his all. But in reality, Lin Yuan's strongest reserve was still himself. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, benefiting from the demon tree's characteristics, Lin Yuan could unleash his greatest combat power. Master, what should we do now? At this time, the Tianqing Alliance leader and many subordinates stepped forward and asked respectfully. From the moment the ancestral demon tree used the spatial passage, their offensive had not ceased. Until Lin Yuan shouted, "Stop." They then stopped. "You all go back." Lin Yuan ordered casually. The complete death of the ancestral demon tree forced Lin Yuan to face the next problem. That was the other subordinate demon trees. Firstly, he needed to understand the hidden secrets of these foreign evil gods, the demon trees. The ancestral demon tree was the absolute ruler of countless demon trees. As long as it was alive, other subordinate demon trees would unconditionally obey its commands. This was a form of mental and ideological bondage. Next, there was physical bondage. With just a single thought, the ancestral demon tree could destroy any subordinate demon tree. Of course, Lin Yuan was an exception. He descended into a dying subordinate demon tree through the door to the myriad realms with his consciousness. Although he replaced the original demon tree, he was not bound by the loyalty or ideological constraints towards the ancestral demon tree. Neither mental and ideological nor physical constraints. These only existed while the ancestral demon tree was alive. Once the ancestral demon tree died, the mental, ideological, and physical constraints would all vanish. Countless demon trees would develop a certain notion deep within that was to grow to the 7th stage and become the new ancestral demon tree. This was akin to an ant queen in a colony. The death of an ant queen didn't mean the colony would collapse, but under the drive of instinct, a new queen would be born. Lin Yuan was now facing this problem. Deep within, he felt the presence of other demon trees scattered at immeasurable distances. These demon trees were the numerous reserves left by the ancestral demon tree, either to help the ancestral demon tree guard a treasure or to suppress something in a discovered secret realm. And now, these demon trees, almost simultaneously, sensed the death of the ancestral demon tree. The ancestor has died. The ancestor was so powerful, how could it die? The ancestor has died. I want to become the new ancestor. Having lost their ideological restraint, countless demon trees developed ambition. At the same time, freed from physical constraint, the various talents and abilities of the ancestral demon tree began to awaken within the subordinate demon trees. All want to become the ancestor? A chill spread across Lin Yuan's face. Although he didn't care much for the ancestral demon tree, after all, he had just slain a true ancestral demon tree. But Lin Yuan couldn't accept the other demon trees picking his fruit. Let me become the ancestral demon tree then. Lin Yuan hesitated not at all. Since this journey was just a consciousness descent, regardless of what he became in this traversed world, once he returned to the main world, he would revert back to his original form. Lin Yuan also wanted to experience what it felt like to become a foreign evil god. The growth of a demon tree is divided into 8 stages. Although the ancestral demon tree was said to be at the 8th stage, it hadn't truly stepped into it. Strictly speaking, the ancestral demon tree was still at the 7th stage. With the complete death of the ancestral demon tree, the first demon tree to grow to the 7th stage would become the new ancestral demon tree. The 7th stage for a demon tree represented a certain limit. A demon tree at the 7th stage could gradually break free from mental and ideological constraints, even while the ancestral demon tree was still alive. Therefore, the ancestral demon tree would never allow a 7th stage demon tree to come into being. And if a 7th stage demon tree emerged, no matter the distance, the ancestral demon tree could immediately sense it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364. Even before, Lin Yuan had already reached the peak of the 6th stage, but he had hesitated to step into the 7th stage for fear of alerting the ancestral demon tree. But now, that was no longer a concern. Thanks to the suppression by the ancestral demon tree, aside from Lin Yuan, all other demon trees at their highest growth stages were only at the 5th stage. Aiming to rush into the 7th stage in a short time was simply impossible, even if they unlocked the many talents and abilities of the ancestral demon tree. Thus Lin Yuan was under no pressure whatsoever. After a brief preparation, Lin Yuan began to push towards the 7th stage. In truth, for a demon tree at the peak of the 6th stage, challenging the 7th stage came with risks. Every stage of a demon tree represented a significant transformation. But for Lin Yuan, the risk was almost non-existent after he devoured a great amount of origin source from the former ancestral demon tree. Moreover, with the aid of Against Heaven's understanding, if Lin Yuan still could not break through to the 7th stage, he might as well end his voyage early and return to the main world. After 10 days, Lin Yuan grew into a 7th stage demon tree. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into this stage, a wondrous feeling struck him. Originally, Lin Yuan could not sense the existence of other demon trees. But the death of the ancestral demon tree granted Lin Yuan the ability to vaguely sense many distant demon trees. However, it was just a vague notion, still stemming from a sense of competition with one another. Likewise, other demon trees could also sense Lin Yuan's presence. Before the birth of a new ancestral demon tree, all demon trees were equal in status. But now, this vague perception had changed to complete control upon reaching the 7th stage. Lin Yuan could forcibly connect with all demon trees through a sort of intangible authority, regardless of whether they wished it or not. And Lin Yuan could also control the life and death of any demon tree at will. To put it simply, Lin Yuan was now the ancestral demon tree. As Lin Yuan ascended to the 7th stage and became the new ancestral demon tree, all the demon trees also received this information, and at the same time, new ways of thinking and thought restraints were formed. From then on, these demon trees regarded Lin Yuan with absolute loyalty. Any ambitions or wild thoughts that had arisen due to the death of the previous ancestral demon tree vanished without a trace. This was the nature of the demon tree race. So long as the ancestral demon tree lived, the entire race shared but one will. We have seen the ancestor. 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 Since Lin Yuan had just become the ancestral demon tree, many authorities were not yet harvested, so many demon trees still retain the ability to actively contact the ancestor. And now, without exception, these demon trees were offering their congratulations, devoid of any other thoughts. Alright, I know. Your journey continues with Lin Yuan casually responded to a few. Compared to the former ancestral demon tree's cruel and ferocious nature, Lin Yuan considered himself to be rather amiable. From now on, bring all treasures here with you. Lin Yuan issued an order to all demon trees. Why had the former ancestral demon tree left offspring demon trees in many regions? It was simply because it had found some treasures, some exotic spiritual objects from beyond their realm that could not be harvested immediately or were still incubating, so it had them guarded by offspring demon trees. When the time came for them to mature, it would return to reap them. But now, these rare treasures all belonged to Lin Yuan. The ancestral demon tree had indeed left behind a significant legacy for him. Yes. Ancestor, I will head over now. Ancestor, from my current location, it would take 320 years to reach you. The many demon trees began to report their own situations, as ordinary life forms wishing to traverse the outer void. The biggest problem is endurance, which is how to stay alive. In the outer void, without the various mild energies found within a world, surviving in such a harsh environment is not easy. However, the demon trees possess the ability of void roots, and Lin Yuan only needed to make this ability available to all the demon tree offshoots. After roughly dealing with the many issues of the demon trees, Lin Yuan's mind once again returned to himself. Ancestral demon tree, foreign evil god. Quite a special feeling? Lin Yuan's branches swayed, stepping into the 7th stage and becoming the new ancestral demon tree. His body had already grown to a size of 10,000 meters. Even the entire Black Mist Mountain range could be overlooked at a glance. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Yuan's size continued to rapidly increase, and it was foreseeable that he would grow to the colossal height of the ancestral demon tree that previously spanned the outer void. Lin Yuan allowed this, without any attempt to suppress or hide it, because Lin Yuan no longer needed to hide, as he had the entire Tianqing world under his control. What was there to hide? The origin source of the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan looked towards the earth, the unique perception of the ancestral demon tree allowing him to sense the vast world origin source pulsating. Lin Yuan could not only sense the fluctuations of the world origin source but also had the ability to merge into the origin vast ocean. At that time, the entire origin source of the Tianqing world would become Lin Yuan's meal, ready for him to devour at will. This was an exclusive ability of the ancestral demon tree, completely different from methods like void roots, and something only the ancestral demon tree itself could master. It was a unique ability amongst the entire demon tree race. No wonder the ancestral demon tree was so eager to enter the interior of the Tianqing world. Without worrying about being besieged by other powerhouses, Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. Theoretically, with the world sword in hand, the Tianqing alliance leader could exert combat power beyond that of outside the world when within it. The arrival of the ancestral demon tree in the Tianqing world would make it vulnerable, like fish trapped in a secret pot or dogs trapped in a dead-end street. But the ancestral demon tree still desired to do so because it could merge into the world origin vast ocean. Not even the Tianqing alliance leader could enter the origin vast ocean of the Tianqing world. If the ancestral demon tree entered, it would be in an invincible position and could freely devour the world origin source, rapidly becoming stronger. As for the many consequences of devouring the world origin source, like the decline of the Tianqing world, or even its destruction, those were not concerns of the ancestral demon tree. If I wished, I could also merge into the world origin source and easily devour the entire Tianqing world's origin source, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even at this moment, the instincts from the ancestral demon tree were urging Lin Yuan to do so. Unfortunately, I am not the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For Lin Yuan, he was but a passerby in this world, who would leave when his time was up, and he would do so without taking anything with him. Devouring the Tianqing world's origin source would indeed enhance the foundation of the ancestral demon tree, and might even push it a step closer to the 8th stage. But what did that have to do with Lin Yuan? Unless Lin Yuan was willing to pay a great price to take the ancestral demon tree back to the main world, the strength of the ancestral demon tree, however formidable, was irrelevant. In Lin Yuan's mind, maintaining the stability of the Tianqing world, so that it could carry on the dissemination of the martial path evolutionary path, was the choice that maximized benefits. At the very least, it could provide assistance for Lin Yuan's future, ultimate leap. Even if the entire Tianqing world's origin source was devoured, the ancestral demon tree would not be able to step into the 8th stage, which is the legendary end of the road for the demon tree race. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The cultivation system of the ancestral demon tree was based on mining its own potential. Even if it truly entered the 8th stage, it would not provide him with a view from above to assist his growth. From beginning to end, Lin Yuan never thought about devouring the Tianqing world's origin source, because for him, it was more harm than good. Continue to cultivate. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan continued with his enlightenment. Upon becoming the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan mastered many methods exclusive to the ancestral demon tree, which he could consider integrating into the martial path evolutionary path. To make the martial path evolutionary path more perfect and adaptable to more harsh environments. And so, time swiftly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had gone by. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365 300 years, for the world itself, is not a very long time. Yet for the creatures within the world, it could be considered an eternity. Especially for ordinary humans, 3 centuries probably span several generations. In Tianqing world, these 300 years were indeed marked by earth-shaking changes. Firstly, there was the widespread adoption of the martial Tao cultivation system. The original cultivation systems of Tianqing world had high barriers to entry, and the major powers colluded to maintain a de facto monopoly. This meant that people at the bottom had no way to advance, living out their entire lives without access to the higher paths. It was just 300 or 400 years ago that the martial Tao cultivation system began to spread. Compared to the original cultivation systems of the world, the threshold to start practicing the martial Tao was so low it was almost laughable. As long as one was human, they were qualified to practice the martial Tao. Of course, the specific level to which one might cultivate depended on the individual. But at least everyone had a chance. Secondly, over the past 300 years, the greatest change in Tianqing world was that ancient tree which had grown to an unknown height, towering like a pillar reaching the heavens. This ancient tree was the sacred tree of Tianqing world. Every year, the world's most powerful beings would come in person to worship beneath the tree. As for other creatures in Tianqing world, by rights, the area tens of thousands of miles around such a sacred tree should be forbidden to the idle and the irrelevant. But the sacred tree was merciful and did not mind the approach of ant-like creatures toward it. And a few thousand miles away from the sacred tree, a group of people had come to this place, observing the sacred tree from a distance. At such a distance, anything should appear incredibly small. Yet as these people watched the sacred tree, they still felt it was majestic and awe-inspiring, almost too grand to look upon directly. This is the sacred tree, which allowed Tianqing world to end the world-shattering war hundreds of years ago, with its mighty power, said the middle-aged man at the front, apparently in the role of mentor to the dozen or so youths following him. I've heard about that too. The sacred tree is so great. The other youths nodded one after another, their expressions filled with admiration and longing. But, at this moment, a young man hesitated before finally mustering the courage to say, I've heard some people say that the sacred tree has a great connection to the instigator of the war hundreds of years ago, the demon ancestral tree. After speaking, the young man cautiously glanced at his mentor. In fact, this kind of talk was not uncommon in Tianqing world. 300 years was not enough to erase everything. During the invasion of the foreign evil gods, countless cultivators of the Tianqing world rushed to the battlefield. Many cultivators still alive today clearly remember the image of the ancestral demon tree, and the tree that all beings now worship bears some resemblance to that demon ancestral tree. The demon ancestral tree? Nonsense. The middle-aged man was angry. He had heard such claims before, but always sneered at them. I ask you all, what was the purpose of the foreign evil god's invasion of our Tianqing world? He said, looking at the other youths and asking in a serious tone. The foreign evil god wanted to destroy our world. Read exclusive chapters at, right. The foreign evil god was too evil. It wanted to consume everything, including us. Thankfully, the foreign evil god was defeated, otherwise, we would have been doomed. This time, the response from the youths was surprisingly unanimous. Given that, if the sacred tree was truly related to the foreign evil god, then would we still have time to stand here talking? The middle-aged man spoke forcefully. I don't care how some people choose to defame the sacred tree, but you, at least, ought to have your own judgment. If not for the sacred tree, would those in high places have opened up their resources to us? If not for the sacred tree, would there ever have been a spread of the Marshall Tao cultivation system, and how many of you here would have had the chance to embark on the path of cultivation? If not for the sacred tree, would Tianqing world have been so peaceful and stable these past few hundred years, without a hint of upheaval? The more the middle-aged man spoke, the more passionate he became, having relatives who lived through that era hundreds of years ago. As a child, he would listen to the elders gossip about the chaos of Tianqing world before the evil god battlefield erupted, with major forces waging endless wars. The high and mighty Tianqing sect looked down upon all creatures, possessing the power to resolve conflicts but unwilling to do so, hiding behind the noble-sounding principle of governing by doing nothing. The middle-aged man's words plunged the youths into deep thought. Indeed, these words made sense. If the sacred tree was truly related to the demon ancestral tree, then shouldn't Tianqing world now, if not destroyed by the sacred tree, at least be enslaved by it? Would youths like them even have the privilege to approach here to observe the sacred tree itself? This was completely contrary to the description of the demon ancestral tree. Though young, the youths knew that the Marshall Tao cultivation system they practiced originated from the sacred tree. Freeweb novel. It was under the orders of the sacred tree that those in high places actively propagated the Marshall Tao. And thus they were qualified to cultivate the Marshall Tao. The current Tianqing world, under the will of the sacred tree, flourished. Even the most ordinary people had the capability to survive. And all beings had the possibility to pursue a better life. How could such a sacred tree possibly have any relation to the cruel and ferocious demon ancestral tree? I don't care why those people are so desperate to question the sacred tree, or what benefit they derive from doing so. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and continued, but it's ridiculous to equate the sacred tree with the demon ancestral tree. How could the sacred tree possibly be the demon ancestral tree? It is the world tree that shelters all of us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366. The middle-aged man looked toward the distant sacred tree again, admiration glowing in his eyes. Right, he said. Damn it, the enemy has actually been hiding inside us. From now on, anyone who dares to slander the sacred tree will be opposing me. The youths began to speak up. They were unclear about the battle against the foreign evil god invasion that had happened hundreds of years before. But they could feel that the life they were living now was very good, and all of it stemmed from the sacred tree. It's a simple principle: what you say isn't important, but what you do is key. The now thriving and prosperous Tianqing world was quickly quashing those rumors and slanders doubting the sacred tree. At the top of the sacred tree. This place was close to Tianqing world's natural barrier, and just a bit further up, you might leave the scope of the Tianqing world. And right now, on the main trunk of the sacred tree, a figure was sitting cross-legged. 300 years, he said. This figure was Lin Yuan. To be precise, it was an incarnation derived from the demon tree seed of the ancestral demon tree. After becoming the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan had gained all the abilities of the ancestral demon tree, including the demon seed incarnation. During this traversal, although he had become the demon tree, his essence was still human, so he directly used the demon seed incarnation to take on a human form and resided within it. Unfortunately, most of the ancestral demon tree's innate abilities are tied to the ancestral demon tree itself. Even if I've fully comprehended them, I can't use them in the main world, Lin Yuan sighed. For instance, the demon seed was something that had to be formed by the demon tree, and when Lin Yuan returned to the main world, reverting to human form, he couldn't gather the demon seed and therefore couldn't perform the parasitic techniques. Unless Lin Yuan was willing to give up his human form and completely transform into the ancestral demon tree, it might then be possible to inherit everything. With Lin Yuan's current understanding of the ancestral demon tree, he could completely create a technique for the transformation of the essence of life through his against heaven's understanding. Then returning to the main world and using this transformation technique, he could begin transforming into the ancestral demon tree. According to Human Alliance's recognition, the definition of human beings doesn't depend on the flesh but on the soul. As long as Lin Yuan's soul did not change, even if he became the ancestral demon tree, he would still be counted as part of the human race. But the consequences of doing that were too great. First and foremost, regarding the species, the ancestral demon tree could not cultivate martial Tao. This would turn Lin Yuan's efforts from his past 6 traversals to ash. Secondly, for Tianqing world, the ancestral demon tree was considered an enormous being that required the effort of an entire world to resist. However, in the main world, it wasn't as insoluble. Even the peak bloodline beings like the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, not to mention those other powerful and special beings, would be considerably stronger than the ancestral demon tree. And many of the ancestral demon tree's abilities, such as the highly meritorious parasitic techniques. It might be an unsolvable issue in Tianqing world, but in the main world, it definitely did not count as something to be feared, the so-called parasitic influence on the will of true spirits, not to mention others. The constant surveillance of all humans by the 3 goddesses at every moment would allow them to detect any abnormalities through the details of daily behavior. However, if I really want to continue using the abilities of the ancestral demon tree, it's not without a way, Lin Yuan contemplated, stroking his chin. The simplest method would be to give up some world-breaking origin force and bring a seed of the ancestral demon tree to the main world. Then Lin Yuan would nurture it himself, and as it began to grow, he would use control techniques to keep it in check. To the human civilization of the main world, the ancestral demon tree would at most be considered one of the rare and special forms of life. And most of the high-rank evolvers of human civilization basically controlled some special beings for their own use. For Lin Yuan, controlling a demon tree would be extremely simple. He could even train the ancestral demon tree to become his own incarnation at that time to better manage it. Bringing the whole ancestral demon tree back would use up an incredible amount of world-breaking origin force. But just a single seed, 10 strands of world-breaking origin force would be the absolute limit. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The door to the myriad realms had the ability to bring back items from other worlds to the main world, consuming world-breaking origin force to achieve this. As for how much world-breaking origin force was required, it depended on the size and level of the items being brought back. The demon tree seed was only the size of a fist. What kind of price could it command if brought back? In 300 years' time, Lin Yuan had exclusive access to all the resources of the Tianqing world, and the harvest was extremely astonishing. First, there was the nurturing of the origin fine gold. This piece, hailing from the main world and treasured even by the 8th layer invincible Chikuan Star Lord, who had fought life-threatening battles with several other alien strong ones of the same rank and even attracted the attention of a 9th-rank alien race, was a cosmic rarity. After Lin Yuan dealt with the ancestral demon tree, he expended a strand of world-breaking origin force to bring it into this world from the main world. The reason for doing so was, naturally, to incubate the origin fine gold. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't relying on his own strength to incubate it. The power of the ancestral demon tree leaned towards evil and chaos. If it were to nurture the origin fine gold, not to mention the waste of time and effort, it might also affect the formation of the origin fine gold. The place where Lin Yuan nurtured the origin fine gold was within the origin vast ocean of the Tianqing world. The origin vast ocean of a world was pure and clean, simply the best place for the incubation of the origin fine gold. Weapons like the world sword were incubated within the world's origin vast ocean. Lin Yuan placed the origin fine gold into the origin vast ocean of the Tianqing world for nurturing, and it indeed had an impact on the Tianqing world. But the impact was minor, and Lin Yuan was only incubating it for at most a few hundred years. Once Lin Yuan returned, the Tianqing world would have plenty of time to recover. Lin Yuan looked down and vaguely saw a massive origin vast ocean where a piece of metal was floating and sinking. From afar, the shape of the metal already resembled a bell shape. The world's origin vast ocean has no life imprints, hence it can replace me in nurturing the origin fine gold. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In theory, the incubation of the origin fine gold could only be done by oneself. Because if one were to use the power of others for nurturing, it would contaminate with the life imprints of the others, and then who the origin fine gold truly belonged to would be unclear. But with the world's origin vast ocean, this problem would not occur. A world consciousness is similar to an instinct and does not have so-called life imprints. Martial arts evolution system. With a shift of thought, in the 300 years, Lin Yuan had completely developed and perfected the 7th stage martial Tao chapter, and he was even considering the path to the 8th layer part. Although I am not cultivating the martial arts evolution system, in the process of developing the 7th rank chapter, my realm has also been improving. I am now at the 7th rank's limit. As soon as I return to the main world and consume the red spirit fluid, I will be able to quickly reach the 7th rank king level peak, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If Lin Yuan didn't have the corresponding realm, he wouldn't have been able to develop a complete 7th rank chapter. Since ancient times, it has been heard that high-rank evolvers, with their lofty insights, developed lower-rank evolutionary paths, but never has it been heard of a low-rank evolver developing a high-rank evolutionary path. Because if the realm isn't there, one simply cannot grasp the essence of cultivation, let alone develop it. The 1133rd core space model. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a silver sea appeared to ripple. In 300 years, Lin Yuan had comprehended 1133 core space models. It must be known that these are core space models, which explicate certain aspects of the essence of space rules. Even the Chikuan Star Lord, who has the enhancement from some of his own Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's comprehension of space rules, has not yet fully understood all the core space models. For Lin Yuan to comprehend over 1,000 core space models at the 7th layer level was nothing short of monstrous. I wonder how much these comprehensions of space models can expand my inner world. Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat anticipatory. The size of the inner world, in addition to needing a sufficiently strong physical body to bear, mainly depends on one's understanding of space rules. The deeper the understanding of space rules, the larger the inner world will be, and the more world force one can mobilize. Novel. Calm just as Lin Yuan was about to continue his cultivation and enlightenment. Discover stories with Freeweb novel. Lin Yuan's expression slightly surprised. The next moment, several vast consciousnesses, from the distant outer void, suddenly arrived outside of the Tianqing world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367. You all came so early? Lin Yuan also reached out with his consciousness, arriving outside the Tianqing world, merging with those few descending consciousnesses. The projection of Lin Yuan's consciousness was a black ancient tree, while the other 3 consciousness projections were a massive snake, a pale green lake, and a huge eyeball. The outer void is vast and boundless. Of course, it wasn't home to only the ancestral demon tree as a foreign evil god. These 3 consciousness projections were precisely from 3 other foreign evil gods. Between foreign evil gods, encounters didn't necessarily lead to slaughter, cooperation was also possible. For instance, Lin Yuan and these 3 foreign evil gods usually maintained a good relationship, occasionally exchanging or trading information. Over the past 300 years, aside from cultivating, Lin Yuan had attempted to befriend those foreign evil gods. According to what he understood over the years, Lin Yuan learned that deep within the outer void, there was a congregation ground where a great number of foreign evil gods resided steadily. The ruler there was also a foreign evil god, rumored to have grown into the 9th stage. The growth of foreign evil gods was in stages. For example, Lin Yuan was currently at the 7th stage, and the previous ancestral demon tree was also strictly at the 7th stage in a strict sense. As for the 9th stage, even though the growth stages of an evil god were not linked to their strength, How weak could an evil god who had reached such a stage be? It's known that for an evil god like the ancestral demon tree, the growth limit is the 8th stage. The 9th stage. Even with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he could not glean a shred of useful information. Based on Lin Yuan's speculations, a foreign evil god at the 9th stage, even if not quite a supreme being from the main world, probably wasn't far behind. The gathering ground of foreign evil gods, Lin Yuan sighed. If possible, he really wanted to visit, only the information obtained from other foreign evil gods told him, to go from Tianqing world to that gathering place, the time needed would be counted in tens of thousands of years, if not thousands. Of course, for a foreign evil god with almost no end to their lifespan, tens of thousands of years were nothing more than a few sleeps, but in Lin Yuan's view, it was entirely unnecessary. Because the residence time simply wasn't enough. I wonder what a foreign evil god at the 9th stage would look like? Could it possibly be observed? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. Foreign evil gods are very special beings, their growth stages completely different from the normal cultivation systems. For example, if Lin Yuan were to grow the ancestral demon tree to the 8th stage, perhaps his very existence would be conceptualized? Demon brother, we're actually envious of you for being able to occupy a world like this as a place for cultivation. As Lin Yuan was deep in thought, the massive snake projection transmitted a mental fluctuation. The consciousnesses of the other 2 foreign evil gods also showed longing in their demeanor. However, they could only envy and yearn, as with the ancestral demon tree that Lin Yuan was, the Tianqing world's defenses were nearly perfect. Even if 10-odd foreign evil gods came, they might not necessarily break through the world's barrier. And for 10-odd foreign evil gods to join forces, it was harder than reaching the heavens. Most importantly, even if they broke through the Tianqing world, a single world could hardly satisfy the appetites of 10-odd foreign evil gods. All right. Enough with the idle talk, let's start the trade. The massive eyeball evil god projection emitted a mental fluctuation as a reminder. The 3 foreign evil gods had allowed their consciousnesses to descend here for the sole purpose of trading with Lin Yuan. Most of the time, foreign evil gods wandered through the vast void, occasionally obtaining some treasures. Discover more stories at FreeWeb Novel, same as always. I only want Sin's water and secret techniques related to world's consciousness. Lin Yuan nodded, and with a flicker of his thoughts, several azure demon seeds appeared in front of him. The demon seeds condensed by the ancestral demon tree, aside from being a weapon against enemies, could be used as a treasure that offered substantial benefits to other evil gods once the life imprints inside were reclaimed. Over the years, Lin Yuan had truly earned a considerable fortune through these demon seeds. Of course, these demon seeds referred to the ones perfected by Lin Yuan's parasitic methods. Every time he condensed such a demon seed, Lin Yuan had to expend some time and effort. And the demon seeds whose life imprints had been reclaimed didn't take up a parasitic slot of Lin Yuan's. That was why Lin Yuan exchanged them this way. No problem, read novel. Calm. Here are 10 portions of Sin's water. The lake consciousness projection brought out the collected Sin's water. Exchanging 20 portions of demon seeds with Lin Yuan. Sin's water, a treasure produced within certain secret realms of the outer void, contained infinite sins and was ideally suited as a nourishing supplement for some foreign evil gods. After several experiments by Lin Yuan, he found that Sin's water had a not insignificant beneficial effect on the body of the ancestral demon tree. That was precisely why Lin Yuan took the initiative to trade for Sin's water. While it was true that whether the ancestral demon tree in this world was strong or not made virtually no difference to Lin Yuan's main body in the main world, that was on the premise that Tianqing world's origin source needed to be used to bear the martial path evolutionary path. If the base strength of the ancestral demon tree could be raised, then of course it would be even better. I have 2 secret techniques related to world's consciousness. I'd appreciate it if Demon Brother would take a look. The giant snake consciousness projection sent out a mental fluctuation, sending the beginnings of the 2 secret techniques related to world's consciousness to Lin Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368. Not bad. These 2 secret techniques have their merits. Lin Yuan nodded and handed over 10 demon spawn seeds to the other party. Secret techniques related to the consciousness of the world. They related to Lin Yuan's certain schemes, or rather, his goal. The consciousness of the world, ethereal and elusive, was basically unreachable by the creatures within the world. But among foreign evil gods, the world consciousness was no secret. Many foreign evil gods attempting to break through a world would encounter resistance from the world consciousness. The previous predecessor ancestral demon tree wanted to descend upon the Tianqing world. Under the threat of upheaval, the world consciousness spared no effort in bringing forth the world sword, then formed the Tianqing alliance, concentrating all forces to resist the invasion of the ancestral demon tree. For countless millennia, foreign evil gods had a profound understanding of the world consciousness, even developing various secret techniques specifically targeting it. I've also collected a few secret techniques. The giant eye projection finally spoke. The 4 foreign evil gods thus completed their transaction, each appearing quite satisfied. Furbnal. Calm, demon brother, you've already occupied this world. Why collect so many secret techniques related to the world consciousness? The giant serpent consciousness projection asked curiously. The other 2 evil god projections listened and also turned their gaze towards Lin Yuan. Indeed, with the methods of foreign evil gods, as long as they descend into a world, they've essentially declared victory, merging into the origin vast ocean within the world, regardless of any world consciousness. I'm just a bit curious. Lin Yuan found a casual excuse to brush it off. Curious. The 3 evil god projections glanced at each other. Since Lin Yuan did not wish to elaborate, they did not press the issue. Foreign evil gods do not make it a habit to pry into each other's affairs. By the way, demon brother, are you occupied with anything right now? The giant eye projection suddenly spoke. I have a friend who wishes to meet you. A friend? What does he want with me? Lin Yuan frowned and asked. It's something good, something very good, said the giant eye projection immediately. Shortly after, another consciousness descended. This consciousness projection resembled a humanoid form but had 16 arms. Demon brother, the 16-armed fiend god projection greeted Lin Yuan enthusiastically immediately. This foreign evil god is very powerful. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. His power was at least greater than the other 3 foreign evil gods. Of course, he was still no match for Lin Yuan now. With 300 years of cultivation and against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan's combat power had long surpassed the ancestral demon trees at its peak. The few of us, we found a void secret realm and would like to invite Demon Brother to join us. Rest assured, the final gains from that void secret realm, Demon Brother, you'll get 20%, the 16-armed fiend god projection said with a smile. I acknowledge your strength, Demon Brother, and that void secret realm is actually not hard to conquer. Void secret realm. Lin Yuan fell into thought. The so-called void secret realm was a perilous territory that randomly emerged within the vast, boundless outer void. These perilous territories could possibly contain treasures and opportunities. Generally speaking, a foreign evil god encountering a void secret realm would gain quite a bit. The previous ancestral demon tree encountered many void secret realms and even guarded some of the entrances to certain realms that couldn't be immediately accessed, by deploying some demon tree offshoots nearby. Where is this void secret realm? Lin Yuan asked. Fly in this direction for approximately 500 years, replied the 16-armed fiend god immediately. I'm not interested, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. It's not that he doubted the division of the gains. For a latecomer, getting a 20% share of the realm's income was already extremely good. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan felt something was amiss. If that void secret realm really wasn't hard to conquer, why make a point of inviting him? Besides, a 500-year journey was somewhat unrealistic for Lin Yuan at this time. The world currently hosting Lin Yuan had less than 200 years remaining, and there was no need for him to consider venturing into any void secret realms. It was best to stay peacefully within the Tianqing world. All right. Next time you collect the relevant secret techniques or Sin's water, come and find me. Lin Yuan withdrew his extended consciousness, returning to within the Tianqing world. Suddenly, only the lonely presences of 4 evil god consciousnesses remained in the void. What should we do now? Do we continue to invite? Or should we give up? I think the demon brother is very vigilant. Let's change to another evil god. The 4 evil god consciousnesses discussed among themselves for a while, then returned the way they had come. Tianqing world. At the top of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan's gaze followed the withdrawing consciousnesses of the 4 evil gods. It seems I am being targeted? Lin Yuan mused inwardly, although he had not felt any malice from the 16-armed fiend god projection towards him. Yet, this sudden invitation had given rise to many thoughts in Lin Yuan's mind. Over the past 300 years, Lin Yuan would often trade with other evil gods, and as goods, the seeds of the demon tree were highly sought after by many. It was quite normal for him to have caught the attention of certain evil gods. It doesn't matter if I'm being watched. As long as I stay hidden in Tianqing world, who could possibly do anything to me? Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted to the several secret techniques he had recently acquired. World consciousness, Lin Yuan studied repeatedly. The reason Lin Yuan delved into such secret techniques was to attempt if it was possible for his consciousness to replace that of the Tianqing world. To be more precise, to replace it with the instinctual consciousness of the ancestral demon tree. Under normal circumstances, this idea would undoubtedly be seen as an impossible fantasy. How vast is a world's consciousness? Even for foreign evil gods, it would be far from possible to confront the powerful consciousness of a world directly. Not to mention replacing it. The means by which foreign evil gods dealt with a world's consciousness were akin to borers, burrowing into the origin vast ocean of a world and slowly consuming it. As for directly replacing the consciousness of the world, it just wasn't realistic. However, the circumstances were abnormal now. The consciousness of Tianqing world had fallen into a deep slumber. Furthermore, Lin Yuan possessed the world sword. He was able, to some extent, to inversely influence the world's consciousness. If he could, with against heaven's understanding, create a suitable method for replacement based on the numerous secret techniques related to the world's consciousness, perhaps it wasn't impossible. The reason Lin Yuan wanted to replace the consciousness of Tianqing world was based on a certain conjecture in his mind. The teleportation function of the door to the myriad realms, even at its most basic level of random teleportation, each time required the expenditure of a strand of world-breaking origin force. If he used world coordinates for precise teleportation, then 10 strands of world-breaking origin force would be spent. Where exactly are these strands of world-breaking origin force being consumed? With consciousness descent, it would perfectly integrate into the creatures of this world, without revealing any abnormalities. There was also no occurrence of resistance from the world during this period. But what if this world had absolutely no rejection or resistance towards Lin Yuan's consciousness? Wouldn't the consumption of world-breaking origin force significantly decrease? If that were truly the case, and Lin Yuan replaced Tianqing world's consciousness with the instinctual consciousness of the ancestral demon tree, and then completely opened it to Lin Yuan's consciousness, the consumption of world-breaking origin force during Lin Yuan's subsequent descents into Tianqing world would probably be pitifully small. By then, the entire Tianqing world would become Lin Yuan's own backyard. Whenever he wished to descend, he could. I still have 190 years of residency time left. During this period, most of my efforts should be spent on creating a secret technique to replace the world consciousness. Lin Yuan resolved in his mind. As for the core model comprehension of the space rules, after comprehending over 1,000 core space models, the difficulty in understanding each subsequent space model would increase significantly. With 190 years left, he could comprehend at most 100 or so core models of the space rules. The significance wasn't too great. And to continue advancing the evolution of Martial Tao? The 7th stage Martial Tao chapter had already been completely explored. Since Lin Yuan had not yet stepped into the 8th layer, choosing to develop the 8th layer part would be somewhat premature. Rather than doing so, It would be better to focus the remaining energy on the method of replacing consciousness. Discover exclusive content at FreeWebNovel. After all, such an opportunity might not come even after traversing dozens of times. Wanting to induce a world's consciousness into slumber? The difficulty was much too high, and not every world possessed a world weapon like the world sword. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, another 180 years had slipped by. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369. The ancestral demon tree's trunk became increasingly thick, ancient, and its profound aura hit everyone in the face. No matter how far away they were, all beings in Tianqing world, as long as they looked up, could see that sacred tree supporting heaven and earth. And now, Lin Yuan's cultivation had reached a critical moment. Your against heaven's understanding enables you to comprehend many world's secret skills, and your own accumulation deepens progressively. Your against heaven's understanding enables you to comprehend many world's secret skills, and your own accumulation deepens progressively. Your against heaven's understanding enables you to comprehend many world's secret skills, and your own accumulation deepens progressively. Creating a secret technique to replace a world secret skill was theoretically impossible, akin to an ant trying to reach the apex of the heavens. Even with against heaven's understanding, one still needed a foundation, nourishment, and the many secret techniques related to world consciousness of this realm were the most precious resources. Over the past few centuries, Lin Yuan had traded with other foreign evil gods to obtain many secret techniques of world consciousness, which directed the deducing of his against heaven's understanding toward a specific path. Your against heaven's understanding enables you to comprehend many world secret skills, to create a method to replace the world consciousness. Many inspirations burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, forming a complete secret technique. It's finally accomplished. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a hint of emotion flickering across his face. For 180 years, his mind had been absent of any distractions. He no longer deduced the Marshall Path evolutionary path, nor did he contemplate the core spatial model, all to comprehend a method to replace the world consciousness before his permitted residence expired. In Lin Yuan's plan, even if he failed to comprehend this method now, once he returned to the main world, he would deliberately wait another 6 or 7 years, accumulate 10 strands of world-breaking origin force, and then descend once more to Tianqing world. After all, having complete control over an entire world was too tempting, and the fact that he could descend to Tianqing world at any time for an extremely low price made the offer irresistible to Lin Yuan. You should know, continue reading on FreeWebNovel. The place Lin Yuan descended was not only Tianqing world, but also included the vast and boundless outer void that contains Tianqing world, encompassing countless foreign evil gods, as well as worlds similar to Tianqing world, and even terrifying evil gods that had grown to the 9th stage. It was only after sensing the vastness of the void beyond Tianqing world that Lin Yuan was determined to possess it. This secret technique, Lin Yuan began to focus on the newly created method to replace world consciousness. This secret technique truly had the potential to allow the innate consciousness of the ancestral demon tree to replace that of Tianqing world. However, there were many restrictive conditions. For example, the consciousness of Tianqing world must be devoid of any capability to resist, meaning it must be in hibernation. Additionally, one must possess methods to influence the world consciousness, something that could be achieved with the world sword. The many restrictive conditions seemed to specifically target the current state of Tianqing world. From another perspective, the condition of Tianqing world was indeed a rare opportunity, as if all the conditions had aligned and been prepared especially for Lin Yuan. Sadly, if this secret technique were used in the main world, it would probably be crushed into dust by the vast consciousness of the main world instantaneously. FreeWebNovel. Calm. Lin Yuan sighed. If one spoke of replacing world consciousness, the main world was naturally the best target. If he could replace the consciousness of the main world, Lin Yuan would become the undisputed #1 powerhouse among the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky. Even an invincible supreme being would have to yield to him. Unfortunately, A prerequisite for deploying this secret technique was for the world consciousness to fall into a slumber. And as for how to induce the main world's consciousness to sleep, Lin Yuan could not think of any way to accomplish that. A battle among supreme beings? With the might of a supreme being, one could create permanent spatial rifts spanning millions, billions, and even trillions of miles. But given the vastness of the main world, a mere rift of billions of miles, even a trillion light-year rift, would be negligible to the main world. There are about 10 years of residence time left. Let's start trying to replace the world consciousness. Lin Yuan didn't rest. Immediately after creating the secret technique, he began to implement it. Lin Yuan's consciousness began to sublimate, merging into the origin vast ocean of Tianqing world. This was a talent ability of the ancestral demon tree, but Lin Yuan's integration into it was not for consuming the origin, but was rather in preparation for the upcoming replacement. How wonderful! Is this the most primal region of the world? Lin Yuan scrutinized closely and could sense the endless energy fluctuations. Everything that happened within Tianqing world was reflected here. Having control over the origin source region was akin to having control over the entire Tianqing world. Those foreign evil gods are really too foolish, desiring to consume such a perfect place, instead of trying to understand and control it. Lin Yuan thought about the ancestral demon tree's craving for the origin of Tianqing world, that desire to devour it completely, and he shook his head slightly. This was also the thought of nearly all foreign evil gods. Devour, devour, devour. However, in Lin Yuan's view, this was almost the most foolish approach. It's like melting down a chip that integrates various high-tech achievements to forge iron. Wouldn't that be absurd? In fact, Lin Yuan was overestimating these foreign evil gods. The reason Lin Yuan could sense the mysteries from the origin source region was because of his against heaven's understanding. But foreign evil gods had very little understanding. They were largely driven by instincts, not perceiving the depth and distance like Lin Yuan. Let's begin. Lin Yuan breathed out lightly, and his consciousness began to expand and sublime. In just a few breaths, Lin Yuan's consciousness had disseminated into every corner of the origin source region. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370. If the world spirit were not asleep but awake, it would have easily crushed Lin Yuan's consciousness at this moment. Without the slightest suspense. The consciousness dispersed into countless subtle parts could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of the vast world spirit. But the world spirit was asleep. And so, that scene did not occur. Even so, Lin Yuan remained extremely cautious. Even with the world spirit asleep, dispersing his consciousness like this still held the risk of assimilation. Once assimilated, Lin Yuan would lose himself completely. Although he would eventually replace the world spirit, in essence, he would be no different from the replaced consciousness. Therefore, Lin Yuan was very vigilant. The moment an assimilation trend appeared, he would not hesitate to end this traversal. At that time, the door to the myriad realms would operate on its own, drawing all his consciousness inside and sending it back to the main world. This was Lin Yuan's greatest assurance in daring to attempt to replace the world spirit. He had the door to the myriad realms, which could prevent the most extreme situations from occurring. It was nothing more than an earlier return. For Lin Yuan, the loss was negligible. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Lin Yuan's consciousness, following the operation of the origin power, merged into every corner of the Tianqing world. At this moment, the Tianqing world subtly began to undergo some changes. These changes were extremely minute, so much so that even the 7th rank peak Tianqing alliance leader only sensed a fraction of them and wasn't even sure about it. Above the sky, an enormous face faintly appeared, the face of Lin Yuan. His eyes alone spanned over 1,000,000 miles, overlooking every detail of the Tianqing world. Have I successfully replaced it? Lin Yuan thought to himself, as at this moment, with just a thought, he could appear anywhere in the Tianqing world. He didn't even need to appear to feel everything happening within the world. Am I the master of the world? Lin Yuan's consciousness returned, settling back into the body of the ancestral demon tree. In the Tianqing world, I am invincible. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. At this moment, he had completely replaced the world spirit of the Tianqing world. The entire Tianqing world was like his own body, which he could control at will. This power is too terrifying. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be astounded. The feeling of controlling an entire world was too overwhelming, with the power of the world at his fingertips. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if he were to face the invasion of the ancestral demon tree at this moment, there would be no pressure at all. The biggest difference between Lin Yuan and the original world spirit was that he had concrete thoughts and ideas and was capable of any action. It was like the natural world's herbivores facing carnivores. Even if they were far superior in strength and size, they wouldn't dare to resist and would just wait to die when chased. The Tianqing world and the foreign evil god were like the herbivores and carnivores, respectively. The world spirit of the Tianqing world, having only basic instincts, faced the invasion of the foreign evil god and could only blindly use all its strength without being able to control the details. And now that Lin Yuan had replaced the original world spirit and controlled everything, any foreign evil god, unless there were dozens or hundreds of them, could be directly ignored. Origin Fine Gold. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the Origin Fine Gold appeared before him. Nearly 500 years of nurture had given the Origin Fine Gold a definitive shape. Bell-shaped object with many natural patterns engraved on its surface, ancient and vast, bearing the marks of the long passage of time. My requirement for nurturing the Origin Fine Gold was defense, absolute defense, not just on a physical level, but also to include protection for the spirit and soul, Lin Yuan said as he scrutinized the Origin Fine Gold. The preciousness of the Origin Fine Gold lay in its growth potential and malleability. The latter meant it could be shaped toward any type of weapon. Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding. Given time, he could reach unimaginably great heights, so naturally, his shaping of the Origin Fine Gold was focused on survival. However, nurturing the Origin Fine Gold does indeed consume a significant amount of the world's origin source. 500 years of nurturing has reduced the world's origin source by at least 5 to 10%, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Don't underestimate 5 to 10%. Given the size of the Tianqing world, even the lesser 5% was enough to bankrupt an 8th-layer evolver from the main world. But it's worth it. Hundreds of years of nurturing have almost shaped the Origin Fine Gold. Once I return this time, it should be ready for use. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Given the great strength of the Origin Fine Gold, the intensity of its soul defense was on par with the treasures that protect the soul of an 8th rank. What's most valuable is that the Origin Fine Gold could be layered with other weapons and treasures. That is to say, Lin Yuan could guard his soul with both an 8th rank soul defense treasure and the Origin Fine Gold at the same time. Under the ancestral demon tree, the Tianqing Alliance leader, together with the Vice Alliance hierarchs, protectors, and elders, all gathered here. Master. The Tianqing Alliance leader spoke respectfully, addressing the figure before him in a low voice. Master. The others did the same. All of you rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand. The form that he now revealed to the crowd was an incarnation, condensed from the power of the world. Having replaced the consciousness of the world and becoming the true master of Tianqing world, Lin Yuan could mobilize the world's power for his own use. Conjuring an incarnation was but a thought away. Next, I will be in seclusion, the duration of which is uncertain, possibly hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, Lin Yuan said. In a few years, Lin Yuan's time to remain would reach its limit, and he would return to the main world. Although Lin Yuan had become the master of Tianqing world and the cost of descending again would be much lower, because of the different flow rates of time between the two worlds, the next time Lin Yuan descended, it might be hundreds or thousands of years later. Ah, the master is going into seclusion? Thousands to tens of thousands of years, that's far too long, said the Tianqing Alliance leader and many others under his command, unable to hide their feelings. During my seclusion, the governance of Tianqing world should follow the directives I've left behind based on the measures and principles, Lin Yuan continued. The measures and principles he referred to derived from the civilization of human civilization in the main world. As one of the peak civilizations in the universe with a long history, humans have extensive experience in governing the life on a planet. These measures and principles were those Lin Yuan had learned from the main world. As long as they implemented these principles and maintained them with their formidable martial strength, Tianqing world would enjoy a long period of prosperity. And this, in turn, would be greatly beneficial to martial Tao. The more prosperous and thriving the world became, the greater and higher quality the number of martial Tao cultivators would be. All right. You may all leave, Lin Yuan gestured. The Tianqing alliance leader and others respectfully withdrew. In the upcoming years, Lin Yuan gave up cultivating altogether. Instead, utilizing the abilities of the world's master, he traveled to every corner of Tianqing world. For the world to function, life is key. Lin Yuan stood atop a mountain, looking down at a village wreathed in cooking smoke below. Without life, no matter how comprehensive the myriad rules contained, something would always be missing. Rules of life. Green glimmers flowed faintly within Lin Yuan's eyes. Like the space rules, life rules were one of the foundational rules, critical to the world's evolution, how life is born. Your against heaven's understanding watches life proliferate, deepening your comprehension of life rules. Who would have thought in these final years I would actually have entered the gateway of understanding the life rules? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Life rules were at the same level as space rules. Originally, Lin Yuan had expended considerable effort to reach the gateway of understanding with space rules. But now, understanding the gateway of life rules seemed to be much easier. This ease was due to Lin Yuan's current lofty stature, far beyond when he had first understood space rules, and his position as the world's master, which allowed him to feel the myriad forms of life in finer detail. Time's up. Lin Yuan's consciousness converged in his mind, seeing the door to the myriad realms suddenly burst into bright light. All the preparations and arrangements have now been made. Novel. Calm Lin Yuan looked up in the direction of the ancestral demon tree. By now, he had replaced the ancestral demon tree's instinctual consciousness with his own. Even if he were to leave this world, he would still have it firmly within his grasp. He had deeply branded it with his own life's mark, ensuring that upon his next descent, he could instantaneously take possession of the world. I'm leaving now. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, and his form rapidly dissipated. His consciousness turned into a speck of light, entering the door to the myriad realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371. In a daze, Chikuan Main Star, 13 Peaks. Deep within the grand hall, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. 600 years. In the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan's gaze rippled as scenes from his experiences in the Tianqing world flashed through his mind, and then settled back into calmness. For someone like the Chikuan Star Lord, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, 600 years might just be a small nap. Even for his significantly younger senior brothers, first, second, and third, it might just be like closing their eyes for one meditation session, or the time it takes to practice a secret technique. But for Lin Yuan, it was already a protracted period. Even if adding in the previous times he had traveled, 600 years made up a substantial proportion of the total time. Sigh. Lin Yuan looked around. The world has changed. Lin Yuan's eyes were serene. After comprehending more than 1,000 core spatial models, Lin Yuan could now see the ripples caused by the fluctuations of countless forces of space everywhere his sight touched. If the Tianqing world was a small pond, for every ripple Lin Yuan could trace back to the source and see the end, everything was within his control. Then the cosmic starry sky of the main world was like a vast ocean. Any single spatial ripple could spread and affect places extremely far away. And even if Lin Yuan strained his eyes, he could only see a small part of the fluctuations. Different size of worlds, different perceptions and feelings. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. He clearly felt that, upon returning to the main world, the bottleneck restraint he faced when contemplating the core spatial models, if not entirely swept away, had dissipated for the most part. Let's not worry about these for now. Let's check on the connection between the door to the myriad realms and the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, his spirit delving into his mind, looking towards that towering and majestic door to the myriad realms. In the last 200 years in the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan had abandoned everything else, focusing all his energy on establishing a method to replace the world's consciousness. Such action was naturally not just to control the Tianqing world. If it were about controlling the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan really didn't need to bother so much. With the strength of the initial ancestral demon tree, who would dare not to obey where his will went? Lin Yuan's true goal was to transform the Tianqing world into a backyard and, from there, to entertain thoughts about the boundless outer void outside of the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan carefully observed the area below the door to the myriad realms. He saw that behind the marks of the 6 world coordinates, a 7th world coordinate mark was faintly forming. It was indeed the world coordinate of the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan watched the Tianqing world coordinate, and bits of information began to flood into his mind. As expected. Now, choosing to descend in the Tianqing world, the consumption of world-breaking origin force is only 1/3 of a strand? Lin Yuan was pleased in his heart. This precise descent into a world by using world coordinates consumes 10 strands of the world-breaking origin force. And now, it's only 1/3 of a strand, clearly indicating that the Tianqing world was no longer resistant to Lin Yuan's consciousness, and even actively welcoming it, greatly saving the consumption of the world-breaking origin force. 1/3 of a strand of world-breaking origin force is just over 90 days in the main world. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The normal time it takes for the door to the myriad realms to accumulate 1 strand of world-breaking origin force is 333 days. With the enhancement of the eternal spatial rift, it only takes 290 days for 1 strand. Also, through the world coordinates on the door to the myriad realms, am I vaguely able to receive many messages from the ancestral demon tree? Lin Yuan suddenly sensed something. The ancestral demon tree has now become the new world consciousness of the Tianqing world, that is, the heavenly Tao. And the ancestral demon tree is merely a vessel for Lin Yuan, quite similar to an avatar. Theoretically, they should share the same consciousness and memory. However, because the main world and the Tianqing world are in the boundless void so far apart from each other, Fieb novel. Not even in the same dimension, not in the same tier, and even the flow of time is vastly different, the perceptive connection between Lin Yuan and the ancestral demon tree was utterly severed. But through the door to the myriad realms, they were somehow barely establishing a weak connection? I didn't expect the door to the myriad realms to have this use too. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Through this faint connection, he roughly knew the state of the Tianqing world, and so the timing of his descent would be more precise. Even if the current consumption to descend into the Tianqing world is only 1/3 of a strand of world-breaking origin force, even if it were 1/10 of a strand, it is still world-breaking origin force and shouldn't be wasted carelessly. Having confirmed the connection with the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan then turned his attention to himself. Shall we take a look at the inner world? With a slight movement of his thoughts, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world. Before the 6th traversal, Lin Yuan's inner world was only 10 miles in circumference. But now, as Lin Yuan's consciousness descended, many insights into the space rules merged. Boom, boom, boom. The inner world welcomed a massive change. At the world's edge, countless forces of space converged, space vibrated, and the world's limits rapidly rose, leading to Lin Yuan once again fell into a kind of insane hunger. Upon stepping into the 7th rank and starting to carve out his inner world, Lin Yuan had this feeling, but at that time, he had prepared enough red spirit fluid, so the creation of the inner world went extremely smoothly. But now, hold on, wait a second. Lin Yuan hastily suppressed the expansion of his inner world, for with his current understanding of the space rules, the ultimate limit of his inner world at the very least would span 10,000 miles. 10 miles in circumference versus 10,000 miles or more is not a simple increase by thousands of times. The demand for energy is terrifying. If Lin Yuan didn't suppress it, he might be drained dry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372. Actively suppressing the expansion of my inner world, my behavior must be considered rare in the history of human civilization. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In general, the expansion of an 8th-layer evolver's inner world is gradual, primarily depending on the understanding of space rules. And grasping space rules, especially the core space models, would naturally not show a sudden leap in a short time but slowly improve. Thus, the expansion of the inner world could be achieved by naturally absorbing and exhaling external energy. As for Lin Yuan, who in an instant comprehended over 1,000 core space models. Such a span, such magnitude, if spoken of, it's estimated that very few 8th-layer evolvers would believe it. Apply for red spirit fluid. Lin Yuan immediately connected to the virtual network and began to apply for a large batch of red spirit fluid. He'll probably have to wait a few days. After completing the application, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If it were just a normal quota of red spirit fluid, Lin Yuan could apply now and expect it to be delivered in half an hour. After all, he was currently on Chikuan main star. But the amount of red spirit fluid Lin Yuan applied for was too vast, millions to tens of millions of times the amount he applied for when breaking through to the 7th rank. Martial Path Evolutionary Path 7th Rank Chapter. While waiting for the red spirit fluid, Lin Yuan began to scrutinize the 7th rank chapter. After the 6th revision spanning hundreds of years of continuous perfection, the Martial Path Evolutionary Path's 7th rank chapter was essentially formed. What was left for Lin Yuan to do was merely to make minor adjustments to it based on the various physiques of the evolutioners within human civilization. Even so, Lin Yuan felt that even this minor adjustment was unnecessary, as everything that needed consideration had already been considered while in the Tianqing world. Half a day later, Lin Yuan bundled up the organized 7th rank chapter and uploaded it to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Level 6 Citizen Lin Yuan, the 7th rank chapter you uploaded is currently being judged. Please wait. The solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Meanwhile, on a mysterious planet far, far away from the Chikuan Star Lord, screen after giant screen flickered madly, beginning to analyze the potential and details of the 7th rank chapter of Martial Tao. Detected 7th rank chapter involves multiple paths, with increased ubiquity in follow-up. Detected 7th rank chapter in a few paths, there is the potential to open up an inner world. Re-evaluation of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path begins. Found 7th rank chapter greatly improves adaptability to various extreme environments, likely to traverse the spiritless wastelands. Overall assessment of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path is raised. After judgment, the possibility of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path advancing to the 8th rank evolution path reaches 70%, while the possibility of it advancing to the 9th rank evolution path reaches 30%. Triggering the core contingency plan of human civilization, making contact with the Goddess of Freedom, the Goddess of Justice. After repeated confirmation by the 3 goddesses, the judgment of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path 7th rank chapter remains unchanged, maintaining the verdict. Beginning. Valuation of the 7th rank chapter. After judgment, the Martial Path Evolutionary Path 7th rank chapter is valued at 3 million merit points, and protective measures towards the founder of this evolution path have been increased. Lin Yuan patiently waited for the evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom. It's been so long and still not out? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. The longest wait he had previously experienced was when he had comprehensively altered the martial path, freeing it from the constraints of Yin-Yang Taiji. But this time, uploading the 7th rank chapter, the waiting time had already exceeded that instance by far. Just wait. The longer the wait, the higher the value. Lin Yuan was not concerned. What he had plenty of now was time. With my current realm, as long as I recover my full strength, I would be at the 7th rank king level peak. Then my goal will be to break through to the 8th layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The most difficult step in breaking through to the 8th layer, opening an inner world, had long been completed by Lin Yuan. What Lin Yuan needed to focus on now was to strengthen his spirit will to meet the heart demon tribulation. However, there is no specific way to overcome the heart demon tribulation. The common means within the human alliance to pass it is simply to live long enough. Over the long years, even a pig, if it doesn't die, its spirit will won't be too weak. Next time I traverse, I might as well attempt to undergo the heart demon tribulation. If it doesn't work out, it'll just end the traversal and return to the main world, Lin Yuan thought to himself, considering this a sort of shortcut. By leveraging the traversal ability of the door to the myriad realms, he intended to make the heart demon lose its target. But whether this could actually succeed, Lin Yuan was uncertain. He didn't know what kind of existence the heart demon truly was. Was it from the outside world? Or did it stem from within oneself? If it was the latter, this shortcut tactic would probably be of little use. We'll see when the time comes. In fact, I haven't lived a short life. Including the time spent traversing worlds, it's been more than 1,000 years, Lin Yuan mused. The solemn and serene voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. Respected Level 6 citizen Lin Yuan, the 7th stage martial Tao chapter you submitted has been evaluated. Oh? How many merit points is it worth? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Given the waiting period, Lin Yuan judged that the value of the 7th stage chapter was very high. But how high exactly, only the 3 goddesses could determine. Respected Level 6 citizen Lin Yuan, the 7th stage martial Tao chapter you submitted is worth 3 million merit points. The goddess of wisdom replied. 3 million merit points. Lin Yuan was astonished. He had thought that at most it would be worth 1 million merit points or perhaps close to 2 million. He hadn't expected as much as 3 million merit points. 3 million merit points on the battlefields of different races were equivalent to the lives of 3 8th-rank alien race beings, and those were the original incarnations, not mere avatars. Yet on the battlefields of different races, 8th-rank aliens were extremely difficult to kill. The Chikuan Star Lord had devoured mostly avatars, while the true originals had long since fled to who knows where. Furthermore, an 8th-rank alien race being was equivalent to an 8th-stage evolver from the human civilization side, a highly influential figure who could request dominion over a star domain from the 3 goddesses and rule as a king. Not bad at all. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, pleased. The high regard the goddess of wisdom had for the 7th-rank chapter indicated its potential, which in turn was a recognition of Lin Yuan himself. Let's check the specific details of the martial Tao evolution path now. Lin Yuan opened his personal panel to find the section on the martial path evolutionary path, an option only visible to the founders of an evolution path. Martial Tao evolution path, currently at 7th stage evolution path, probability of advancing to 8th stage evolution path, reaches 70%. Lin Yuan was stunned by this. A 70% chance of advancing to the 8th stage evolution path? This practically meant that as long as Lin Yuan didn't die, he would almost certainly be a future evolution grand scholar. The condition set by the Human Civilization Alliance for becoming an evolution grand scholar was to establish a complete, stable, and entirely new 8th-rank evolution path. Despite being just one evolution path, the vast number of theories involved in its creation is like an ocean, and anyone capable of establishing an 8th-stage evolution path is undoubtedly profoundly knowledgeable in many aspects of evolution. Becoming an 8th-rank evolver might involve some stroke of luck, like acquiring an exotic treasure that could assist in establishing one's inner world. But becoming an evolution grand scholar has nothing to do with luck. It is a testament to one's own strength. Since its creation over 1 million years ago, the Chikuan star domain has only seen the emergence of 3 evolution grand scholars. In contrast, the number of 8th-stage evolvers is in the hundreds or thousands of times greater. A 30% chance of advancing to the 9th stage evolution path? Lin Yuan's expression became focused. This was the first time he had seen such an evaluation. Up until now, the limit of the martial Tao evolution path had been the 8th stage. 9th stage evolution path. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. So far, He had no idea about the 9th rank chapter of the Martial Tao evolution path. However, since the 3 goddesses were convinced that there was a possibility for the current Martial Tao evolution path to ascend to the 9th stage evolution path, it indicated that the path Lin Yuan was on was correct. Otherwise, it would clash with the 9th stage evolution path, and there would be no possibility of ascending to the 9th stage evolution path. Right. Let's see where the Martial Tao evolution path ranks on the Qikuan evolution rankings. Lin Yuan seemed to remember something and immediately clicked on the ranking section. Martial Tao evolution path, ranked first on the Kanglin evolution ranking on the Qikuan evolution rankings. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly, a look of surprise emerging. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373. When the 6th stage Martial Tao chapter was uploaded before, the ranking of the Martial Path evolutionary path on the Qikuan evolution rankings was 6th. This was already quite impressive. You should know that the evolutionary paths that could squeeze into the Qikuan evolution rankings were extremely powerful 7th rank evolution pathways, and the top 3 of those pathways even reached the 8th layer. They were from the 3 evolutionary scholars born in the Qikuan star domain. For millions of years, these 3 8th layer evolution pathways illuminated countless evolvers in the Qikuan star domain. It is unknown how many evolvers from the Qikuan star domain were influenced by these 3 8th layer evolution pathways. Therefore, for the Martial Path evolutionary path to enter 6th place in the Qikuan evolution rankings as a 6th rank evolution path was quite surprising to many. A 6th rank evolution path making it into the top 10 domains solely reserved for top-notch 7th rank evolution paths? And this time, with the upload of the 7th rank chapter, Lin Yuan thought, the ranking of the Martial Path evolutionary path might reach 5th, or 4th if better. Whether 4th or 5th, the Martial Path evolutionary path deserved to be called the strongest among the many 7th rank evolution pathways in the Qikuan star domain. However, when Lin Yuan actually saw the ranking of the Martial Path evolutionary path, it was somewhat unexpected. Qikuan evolution rankings, 2nd. This was the latest judgment of the Martial Path evolutionary path by the Goddess of Wisdom. Positioned 2nd on the Qikuan evolution rankings. It had crowned 2 8th layer evolution pathways. This is also, Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. He had thought that the ranking of the Martial Path evolutionary path would rise, but he had not expected it to shoot directly to 2nd. Even Lin Yuan found it somewhat frightening. Though in Lin Yuan's heart, for the Martial Path evolutionary path to ascend to an 8th layer evolution pathway was not a difficult task, merely requiring orderly enlightenment, the Goddess of Wisdom and the other 2 goddesses were unaware. In the judgment of the 3 goddesses, the probability of the Martial Path evolutionary path ascending to an 8th layer evolution pathway was 70%. But an evolution pathway that had only a 70% chance of enlightenment had suppressed 2 other evolution pathways that were already at the 8th layer. This was utterly inconceivable. What could be the reason? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The most important thing in the 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path evolutionary path was to pioneer an inner world. That is, to master the law of world opening. But this method was also possessed by 8th layer evolution pathways. And to ascend to the 8th layer evolution pathway, mastering the law of world opening was essential. However, not all evolvers of the 7th rank chapter could pioneer an inner world. Not clear, Lin Yuan did not know how the 3 goddesses made their judgment. But since it was so, it meant that to the 3 goddesses, the position of the Martial Path evolutionary path surpassed the ordinary 8th layer evolution pathways. Qikuan Prime Virtual World. Central Plaza area. Numerous evolvers gathered here to chat. The Martial Path evolutionary path. It's also unclear when that mysterious scholar will upload the 7th rank chapter. Indeed, I'm also looking forward to it. After the upload of the 7th rank chapter, what rank can the Martial Path evolutionary path actually achieve? What rank it can still reach? I bet that once the 7th rank chapter is uploaded, the Martial Path evolutionary path will definitely reach 4th, the strongest among the many 7th-rank evolution pathways in the Chikuin star domain. Right when the Marshall Path evolutionary path was at the 6th stage, it already competed against a group of top-notch 7th-rank evolution pathways. When the Marshall Path evolutionary path ascends to 7th rank, apart from 8th-layer evolution pathways, who could possibly suppress it? Freeweb novel. Numerous evolvers and high-level citizens continued to discuss. While some citizens questioned the timing of the upload of the 7th-rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, believing that even for an evolutionary scholar, creating the present 7th-rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path would not be an easy task, all evolvers shared an almost unanimous idea. That was, once the 7th-rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path was uploaded, then the Marshall Path evolutionary path would become the strongest 7th-rank evolution pathway in the history of the Chikuin star domain. Of course, many evolvers never imagined that after the upload of the 7th-rank chapter, the Marshall Path evolutionary path would surpass 1 or 2 8th-layer evolution pathways. Because that was simply unrealistic. The transition from a 7th-rank evolver to an 8th-layer evolver involved a qualitative change. 8th-layer evolvers, possessing an inner world and able to wield the power of a world with a mere gesture, could annihilate any number of 7th-rank king evolvers. That was also why human civilization determined that as long as one was an 8th-layer evolver, they could preside over a star domain and become a star lord. By comparison, the gap between a 7th-rank evolution pathway and an 8th-layer evolution pathway was even greater. Even the strongest 7th-rank evolution pathway was still just a 7th-rank evolutionary pathway, at best having a higher chance of advancing to an 8th-layer evolution pathway. To compare with or even surpass a real 8th-layer evolution pathway, how could that be possible? As the numerous evolvers debated in the Central Plaza area when the 7th-rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path would be uploaded, buzz. The time arrived at midnight. The Chikuin evolution rankings started an update. Whoosh. A few breaths later. Update completed. Many sharp-eyed evolvers noticed that the previously 6th-ranked Marshall Path evolutionary path had now vanished. Haha, I said that the time to upload the 7th-ranked chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path must be imminent, not too far off. Right, that's an evolutionary scholar after all, creating a 7th-ranked chapter of an evolutionary path. How difficult do you think that is? I am sure that this scholar who created the Marshall Path evolutionary path, even among other evolutionary scholars, is a very powerful presence. After a few comments, the evolvers immediately looked up, eager to confirm how much the Marshall Path evolutionary path had risen this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374. Soon enough, evolvers were unable to find the Marshall Path evolutionary path in the 4th or 5th spots and subconsciously looked up, only to see it ranked 2nd. In the blink of an eye, the Central Plaza area exploded into an uproar. Are you kidding me? Ranked 2nd? I remember the 2nd and 3rd evolutionary paths were both 8th-layer paths, weren't they? Did the Marshall Path evolutionary path surpass 2 8th-layer paths? Could it be that the founder scholar has uploaded both the 7th-rank chapter and 8th-layer part? Otherwise, how could it possibly surpass the 8th-layer evolution paths? No, I glanced at it just now, and at present, the highest rank for the Marshall Path evolutionary path is only 7th rank. My God, a 7th rank evolution path ranking actually surpassed an 8th-layer evolution path? Countless evolvers were full of disbelief, feeling as if their understanding of the world was beginning to shatter. How could a 7th rank evolution path, even if it were exceptional, possibly surpass the lofty 8th-layer evolution paths that gave rise to 8th-layer evolvers? I have purchased the Marshall Path evolutionary path 7th rank chapter, and I really want to see what's in it that made the 3 goddesses rate it so highly. Me too, the 3 goddesses are absolutely impartial, they wouldn't act out of favoritism. If the Marshall Path evolutionary path can surpass the 8th-layer evolution paths, it definitely must have something outstandingly remarkable, One after another, evolvers began to purchase the 7th rank chapter to find out more. On Chikuin main star, Lin Yuan stepped out of the Grand Hall amidst the 13 peaks and strolled around leisurely. Before the red spirit fluid arrived, he had nothing to attend to. As for further contemplating the space models, continuing that would soon push Lin Yuan's ability to suppress the natural expansion of his inner world to its limits. Rewebno. C Sigma, why is everyone discussing the martial path evolutionary path? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as he noticed many members of the Red Kuan lineage were talking about the martial path evolutionary path. The Red Kuan lineage was the absolute ruler of the Chikuin star domain. Ordinary matters hardly affected its many members. Thus, even when the martial path evolutionary path broke into the Chikuin evolution rankings at 6th place with its 6th rank chapter, it only sparked a limited discussion within the Red Kuan lineage. But now, the discussions had escalated to a broad scale, and it was not just widespread debate but involved everyone. The Red Kuan lineage typically paid little attention to 7th rank evolution paths, even the strongest one. But the 8th layer paths, each new 8th layer path indicated the emergence of a great evolver scholar. What's more, this time the martial path evolutionary path, with its 7th rank level basis, forcibly inserted itself into the realm of the 8th layer paths. It was utterly inconceivable. In fact, it wasn't just the Chikuin star domain discussing this. Nearby star domains, and even the vast Anan star alliance, were abuzz with evolvers talking about it. In the Crimson Palace, the Chikuin Star Lord purchased the Martial Path Evolutionary Path 7th rank chapter. Then he began reading it meticulously. This evolutionary path does not constrain a specific direction but is based on the strengths of the evolver. It is indeed remarkable. The Chikuin Star Lord nodded slightly. Still, just on this merit alone, it wants to surpass the 8th layer evolution paths? The Chikuin Star Lord looked puzzled. If it relied only on popularity, it was virtually impossible to shake the status of the 8th layer evolution paths. No matter how many 7th rank evolvers there were, they couldn't compare to a single 8th layer evolver. Perhaps there's something I'm not yet aware of? The Chikuin Star Lord mused to himself. The 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path offered evolvers an enormous range of path directions to choose from, touching not only on the basic rules but also on fundamental pillars. Unless the Chikuin Star Lord decided to walk the Martial Path Evolutionary Path from scratch, it would be hard for him to notice the subtleties within. Forget it, it's probably the masterpiece of some old geezer from the Central Star domain. If I can't understand it, there's no use in looking any further. With a slight shake of his head, the Chikuin Star Lord also thought the Martial Path Evolutionary Path originated from one of the great evolver scholars, perhaps even a high-ranking scholar from the Central Star domain. The thoughts of such lofty scholars were beyond even the Chikuin Star Lord's comprehension. However, why did my clever disciple request so much red spirit fluid? The Chikuin Star Lord's thoughts shifted as he pondered. The amount of red spirit fluid that Lin Yuan had requested surprised even the Chikuin Star Lord. It was enough for an ordinary 8th layer peak evolver to practice for hundreds of years. For Lin Yuan, a 7th rank evolver, to request so much red spirit fluid seemed pointless. Nevertheless, although the Chikuin Star Lord found Lin Yuan's request strange, he approved it immediately. The Chikuin Star Lord admitted to himself that it was difficult to guide the cultivation of a prodigy like Lin Yuan. If he couldn't give guidance, then he wouldn't try. He would simply agree to Lin Yuan's various requests. Where on earth would one need so much red spirit fluid? The Chikuin Star Lord wondered, mulling over the possibilities. Could it be for cultivating an inner world? The Chikuin Star Lord's eyes lit up. In the past, when Lin Yuan had broken through to the 7th rank, the Chikuin Star Lord faintly sensed spatial fluctuations coming from the depths of the 13 peaks where Lin Yuan was. At the time, the Chikuin Star Lord assumed Lin Yuan simply possessed some kind of spatial treasure. Indeed, if one had a rare spatial treasure, it was possible to attempt cultivating an inner world even before reaching the 7th rank peak. But even for cultivating an inner world, he wouldn't need this much red spirit fluid. The Chikuin Star Lord fell back into doubt. Whatever the case may be, you'll just pay closer attention for a while. After thinking for a moment, the Chikuan Star Lord resumed his practice. A few days later, Lin Yuan looked at the water jugs laid out before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375. The red spirit fluid contained within could certainly be described as a massive amount. It's finally been delivered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Time to begin expanding the inner world. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, the commotion caused by the expansion of the inner world this time. I'm afraid it won't be easy to conceal, it suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan. When breaking through to the 7th rank, the inner world Lin Yuan had created was only 10 miles in radius. With Lin Yuan's grasp of power and deductions through his against heaven's understanding, it was enough to conceal his actions from ordinary 8th layer evolvers, who wouldn't notice a thing. But next, the inner world of Lin Yuan was about to expand to more than 10,000 miles in radius. Such a great disturbance would be hard to suppress. If left unchecked, it would alarm the entire Chikuan main star. With that in mind, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the Chikuan Star Lord. Teacher, I need your help to cover up my next cultivation practice. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world and arrived at the teacher's crimson-colored palace, where he was in seclusion. To the Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan didn't need to hide anything after all. This was his own teacher, and the Star Lord must surely be aware of the substantial amount of red spirit fluid he had requested before. Cover it up? The Chikuan Star Lord looked at his disciple, a smile appearing on his face. Not bad, my good disciple knows to talk to his teacher about things. Even if Lin Yuan hadn't said anything, the Chikuan Star Lord would have paid extra attention during this period. If Lin Yuan were truly opening up an inner world as the Chikuan Star Lord suspected, he would definitely help to conceal the disturbance. But Lin Yuan taking the initiative to speak up still put the Chikuan Star Lord in a good mood. Is it related to the inner world? Although the Chikuan Star Lord already had his suspicions, he still asked one more question. Yes. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said. Inwardly he was quite emotional. It was no wonder his teacher was an invincible being of the 8th layer. All his little secrets were probably seen through already. Very well. The Chikuan Star Lord was overjoyed upon receiving confirmation from Lin Yuan. Generally, only when an evolver was at the 7th rank peak and about to make the push for the 8th rank, with a sufficient foundation built up, would they attempt to open up an inner world. Now that Lin Yuan, still at the 7th rank, was attempting to open up an inner world, even by the standards of the Anan Star Alliance, it would be considered an exceptional feat. What the Chikuan Star Lord didn't know was that Lin Yuan had actually begun carving out his inner world while at the 6th rank. Go ahead. No matter the commotion. Your teacher will cover for you. The Chikuan Star Lord waved his hand grandly and said, Thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude somewhat emotionally. After Lin Yuan left, the Chikuan Star Lord grew curious. I wonder how many miles my obedient disciple's inner world will reach? 1 mile in radius? 3 miles or 5 miles? The Chikuan Star Lord pondered silently. Even a 7th rank peak evolver typically had an inner world with a radius of only 10 miles, and it was not until stepping into the 8th rank that their inner world would suddenly surge to 100 miles. As for Lin Yuan, who wasn't even at the 7th rank peak, the inner world he carved out would typically not exceed 5 miles in radius. Well, see. The Chikuan Star Lord looked in the direction of the 13 peaks. Being on the Chikuan main star, he was able to intervene instantly anywhere. With my teacher guaranteeing safety, I can begin. Lin Yuan's consciousness entered his inner world, starting to release the suppression. Boom boom boom. At the world's edge, space began to shatter, a great deal of spatial force converged, continuously deriving and enlarging the inner world. Outside, bottle after bottle of the red spirit fluid merged into Lin Yuan's body, serving as an energy supplement for the expansion of the inner world. Boom boom boom. As the inner world expanded wildly, threads of world force still leaked out beyond Lin Yuan's control. Faintly above Lin Yuan, a colossal world shadow began to form. The world shadow was vast and boundless, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed 10,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 50,000 miles. Inside the Crimson Palace, the Chikuan Star Lord was constantly monitoring the activity at the 13 peaks. When faint traces of spatial force and world force fluctuations reached the top of the 13 peaks, a smile couldn't help but appear on the Chikuan Star Lord's face. Lin Yuan's opening of an inner world before reaching the 7th rank peak indicated an extremely powerful talent and aptitude, and as his teacher, how could the Chikuan Star Lord not be delighted? 3 miles or 5 miles. Closely observing the fluctuations formed by the escaping spatial force and world force, the Chikuan Star Lord reasoned from his experience that the size of the world shadow formed by these forces escaping was equivalent to the actual size of the inner world. The next instant, the Chikuan Star Lord's eyes widened. This is not good. The Chikuan Star Lord disappeared in a flash. In an instant he arrived before the 13 peaks, then raised his right hand. The heavens and earth transformed, and this area was directly severed from the Chikuan main star. Boom boom boom. The enormous world shadow rapidly swelled. The Chikuan Star Lord looked up at the world shadow that had reached 80,000, 90,000 miles, momentarily at a loss for words. My good disciple, isn't your inner world a little too big? The Chikuan Star Lord looked down at the 13 peaks below, then raised his eyes toward the vast world shadow, now nearing 100,000 miles, and began to doubt himself. Was his obedient disciple really at the 7th rank or the 8th? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376 Chikuan Main Star, Central Continent. 13 peaks. From the outside, this peak looked no different from usual. But in reality, this area had already been isolated by the Chikuan Star Lord using some method, and had been stripped from the original Chikuan main star. With the power of the Chikuan Star Lord, carrying out these actions went unnoticed by any of the evolvers on the main star. And all the evolvers within the isolated area had fallen into a deep slumber, unable to sense the vast changes in the outside world. The surging forces of the world and space continued unabated. The huge world illusion continued to expand rapidly, showing no signs of stopping even after reaching over 100,000 li. The Chikuan Star Lord stood alone in the void, silently watching the world illusion above. Exaggerated. It was indeed too exaggerated. The Chikuan Star Lord originally had high expectations for Lin Yuan. He thought that his clever disciple, before reaching the peak of the 7th rank, might be able to forge an inner world of about 3 to 5 li in radius. But what about the reality? The world illusion now was nearly 110,000 li. How could it differ by tens of thousands of times compared to before? An inner world with a radius of 110,000 li meant little to the Chikuan Star Lord. The Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, a pinnacle lineage of cosmic bloodline, nurtured a small world within it from birth, and once it reached the 6th rank as an adult, the inner world could easily be several tens of li. Upon advancing to the 7th rank, the inner world would directly expand to several tens of thousands of li. Upon freshly advancing to the 8th rank, Chikuan Star Lord's inner world had surpassed 1,000,000 li. But these were the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuns, the favorites of the cosmic space origin, born with their own small worlds, a part of their innate talents. What about Lin Yuan? He was merely a human who, at the 7th rank, had managed to nurture an inner world surpassing 100,000 li. This was simply. The thoughts of the Chikuan Star Lord fluctuated. Are you the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, or am I? The size of the inner world primarily depends on the understanding of the space rules, the Chikuan Star Lord thought to himself. The reason why Starry Sky Wanderer Kuns come with their own inner worlds is because these special beings begin to understand the space rules from birth, comprehending 965 basic spatial models. Additionally, some core spatial models are also on the verge of being fully comprehended. This is a huge advantage of being a favorite of the cosmic space origin. even when compared with cosmic rarities like the world fruit and other forces forcibly forging an inner world. The size of the initial inner world could only be a few hundred to 1,000 li at most. After that, if one wants to further expand the inner world, they must advance in their comprehension of the space rules. Lin Yuan's inner world now being at least 100,000 li was something no cosmic rarity can achieve. It could only be accomplished through one's own accumulation in the space rules. An inner world with a radius of 100,000 li, at least 1,000 core space rules must be comprehended to achieve such a feat. My disciple, didn't he just comprehend the basic spatial models recently? The Qikuan Star Lord suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Lin Yuan's talent and comprehension were terrifyingly impressive. How long had passed, and he had achieved such accomplishments in the core spatial models? Under 100 years old, comprehending 1,000 core space rules, this can only be achieved by that handful of people even in the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, if starting from scratch, not using any external objects. I estimate no evolver genius of the contemporary age could compare with my disciple, the Qikuan Star Lord thought silently to himself. In the central star domain and some other powerful star domains, genius evolvers have a high starting point, receiving numerous resources even before birth. Or like the Qikuan Star Lord himself, who seized the body of some terrifyingly talented special being, instantly elevating his starting point immensely. Many fortuitous encounters. Many resources funneled their way. Barely managed to create some evolver geniuses comparable to Lin Yuan of the current era. If one were to disregard those fortuitous encounters and the funneling of resources, Lin Yuan's natural talent would definitely be unmatched among the young generation of human civilization. The expansion speed of the world illusion has slowed down. The Qikuan Star Lord felt a slight relief. An inner world exceeding 100,000 li in radius was nearly approaching the inner world of an evolver at the peak of the 8th rank. Deep within the Grand Hall. With each breath Lin Yuan took, the power of the world overflowed. It finally stopped. Lin Yuan, conscious within his inner world, looked at the vast world spanning 120,000 li in radius, a smile forming on his face. Compared to the small world of 10 li radius previously, the current world of 120,000 li radius was almost equivalent to the size of over 10 Kanglan stars. I can feel that the inner world could still expand a bit more, but due to the limitations of the physical soul, it stopped at 120,000 li. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The size of an evolver's inner world mainly depends on two aspects. One is the individual's physical soul, which is the foundation that carries the inner world. If the physical soul is too weak, no matter how high one's spatial comprehension is, the inner world cannot expand very much. Lin Yuan, whose path of martial Dao evolution emphasized the body and whose soul had transformed into a primordial spirit, was equally powerful, thereby enabling him to sustain an inner world of 120,000 li in radius. The second is the comprehension of space. Now, Lin Yuan distinctly felt that his understanding of space had exceeded the limits of the physical body. It doesn't matter much. Such a vast inner world, nurturing the power of the world, virtually enhances my physical soul every moment. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the world's power flowing through him like a stream, nourishing his physical soul through his limbs and body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377. I am now a king of the 7th rank, but with such a vast inner world, ordinary 8th layer evolvers wouldn't stand a chance against me, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even upon reaching the 8th layer, he would master many of the methods exclusive to 8th layer evolvers, but Lin Yuan's inner world was so vast, its worldly power so immense, that he could overpower craftiness with brute strength. Unless someone had an inner world of the same tier, facing Lin Yuan, they could only flee. Next, I should try to break through to the 8th layer. Before that, I should strengthen my spirit will as much as possible, to better face the heart demon tribulation. Lin Yuan's goal was clear. With his current foundation, if not for the heart demon tribulation, he could easily break through now. To enhance spirit will, the common approach of human civilization is to experience more, to simply live on. But this is just the common way. There are many other methods that can fortify the strength of one's spirit will. Although Lin Yuan could take a shortcut to pass the heart demon tribulation with the help of the door to the myriad realms, such a method was not secure. Even if Lin Yuan used it, he would wait until he was confident enough to attempt it. Try casually? To undergo the heart demon tribulation without preparation. If the door to the myriad realms couldn't isolate the heart demon, wouldn't it be seeking death? How to pass the heart demon tribulation is of utmost importance to human evolvers. Once the heart demon tribulation is failed, death is certain, with no chance for resurrection. Because the essence of the heart demon tribulation stems from one's own spirit, even if a supreme being intervened, forcefully resuscitating the body, one would still be in the state of undergoing the heart demon tribulation. By then, death would still ensue. Because you cannot pass through it. Even if a supreme being intervened, they could save your physical soul or even true spirit consciousness, but they couldn't dispel the heart demon. The heart demon is still there, and as long as you can't get through it, you will die no matter how many times you are resurrected. In front of one's own heart demon, even the offspring of supreme beings are equal to all living beings. It's about time. I should go out and see my teacher now. Lin Yuan's insight into the space rules had long alerted him to the fact that the space outside had been completely isolated from normal space, probably due to the Qikuan Star Lord's actions to conceal the expansion of his inner world. The reason Lin Yuan asked the Qikuan Star Lord to help conceal it was that, even though opening an inner world at the 7th rank was astonishing and defied the heavens in the eyes of the outside world, even more so because the fluctuations of the inner world Lin Yuan had just revealed were far from being as simple as a newly opened inner world. So it was better to keep it concealed if possible. There was no choice. The experiences on the battlefields of different races had made Lin Yuan wary. If it were a normal breakthrough, even to the 8th layer, Lin Yuan would not have been so cautious, but possessing an inner world that spanned more than 100,000 miles at the 7th rank was indeed unimaginable. Stepping out of the Great Hall, Lin Yuan saw that the Qikuan Star Lord had been waiting for a long time. Is everything all right? The Qikuan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan and asked. Everything is fine. Lin Yuan nodded. My good disciple, you really do surprise me. The Qikuan Star Lord shook his head, his tone filled with emotion. What level have you reached in your understanding of the core space models? The Qikuan Star Lord continued to inquire. Core space models. Lin Yuan knew he couldn't hide from the Qikuan Star Lord and told the truth, not quite 1200. In fact, if it weren't for the last 200 years in the Tianqing world, where Lin Yuan had given up on comprehending the space rules, he estimated the number of core space models he could have understood might have reached 1500. 1200, not yet, the Qikuan Star Lord sighed. This remark seemed somewhat deflated. Teacher, I've recently found that the deeper I go, the slower the comprehension of core space models becomes, and the more often I hit bottlenecks, Lin Yuan immediately said. The Qikuan Star Lord fell silent. It's normal. The Qikuan Star Lord couldn't help but say. For you to grasp 1200 core space models at this age, it's already rare, extremely rare. The Qikuan Star Lord said softly, if it weren't confirmed by the 3 goddesses, I would doubt whether you had been subjected to seizure by one of the alien strong ones. Lin Yuan smiled. Seizure? Indeed, like the Qikuan Star Lord who could seize the starry sky wanderer Kuan, other alien strong ones could also seize human evolvers. However, Lin Yuan's soul, having been verified repeatedly by the 3 goddesses, belonged to humans beyond doubt and was not of a different species. You have too powerful a talent for perception. The Qikuan Star Lord finally voiced his own feelings. For the longest time, the Qikuan Star Lord was described by others in such terms, since with the body of the starry sky wanderer Kuan, the Qikuan Star Lord's understanding of the space rules had always been peerless. I might just be lucky, Riwabno. Si Sigmam Lin Yuan said. Can luck always be on your side? The Qikuan Star Lord shook his head. However, now that you have created your inner world, the next focus should be on the spirit will. The Qikuan Star Lord's expression became slightly more solemn. For an ultimate genius evolver like Lin Yuan, there was a greater possibility of stumbling over the spirit will in the heart demon tribulation. Because everything had gone too smoothly in the beginning, without the slightest setback, one might subconsciously think little of the heart demon tribulation. After all, from 7th to 8th layer, it is widely acknowledged that creating the inner world is the hardest part, and even the most ordinary evolver can possibly overcome the heart demon tribulation. However, once this thought arose, problems could surface. In the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, countless evolving genius talents had fallen at the heart demon tribulation. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He had never underestimated the heart demon tribulation. Although it's difficult to measure spirit will, over the many years, our human civilization has still summarized a set of standards to roughly estimate it, and I will send them to you later. The Chikuan Star Lord said. This set of standards, even within the Human Civilization Alliance, is considered top secret, as it could easily be applied by different species. Therefore, only a star domain master like the Chikuan Star Lord possessed the specifics, which Lin Yuan could not see in either the virtual world or the Chikuan treasury. After seeing off the Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan returned to the Great Hall. Inner world. Lin Yuan was getting acquainted with the power of the inner time. After all, his inner world, which had expanded explosively to a radius of 120,000 li, was filled with the vast world power. Someone's looking for me? Lin Yuan opened his eyes and accessed the virtual panel. Sure phone. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Soon, a red-nosed old man appeared. It was his good friend from the virtual world founders circle. Sure phone. It was Sure Feng who had helped him at the Annan Star Alliance conference, trading away his voting rights. Brother Sure San, the Star Alliance conference is approaching. Don't forget to attend, the red-nosed Sure Feng said with a laugh. Of course. Lin Yuan nodded. He had received benefits from the Wangyue Starfield, so naturally he wouldn't forget. As for the threat from Jin Tianzhao of the Golden Dragon Star Domain, Lin Yuan didn't take it to heart at all. Let alone Jin Tianzhao, even the Golden Dragon Star Master wouldn't dare to act against a 6th-level citizen. Lin Yuan chatted with the red-nosed Sure Feng for a while. Then he disconnected from the virtual world and his consciousness returned to reality. Speaking of which, I now have enough merit points to upgrade to a 7th-level citizen, Lin Yuan thought to himself. From 6th level to 7th level citizen, 2 million merit points are needed. Lin Yuan had thought that this was a far-off goal, one that would take several journeys to accumulate enough points. Yet, just one journey and uploading the 7th rank chapter had earned him 3 million merit points. The main reason was that the 7th rank chapter involved creating the inner world and was highly rated by the 3 goddesses. Let's upgrade. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. In an instant, more than 3 million merit points in Lin Yuan's account decreased by 2 million. At the same time, Lin Yuan's citizen rank was upgraded from the original 6th level to 7th level. 7th level citizen. Lin Yuan's spirit shook slightly. One should know that ordinary 8th layer evolvers hadn't reached the 7th level citizen rank, as merit points were not that easy to accumulate. Before Lin Yuan could reflect further, a series of emails from the Central Star Domain arrived, introducing the many privileges of a 7th level citizen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, These Privileges. Lin Yuan meticulously perused the email sent from the Central Star Domain. Every time Lin Yuan's citizen rank was promoted, he would receive blessings and introductions from the Central Star Domain. Compared to a 6th level citizen, the added privileges and benefits of a 7th level citizen were not many, but each was significant. Firstly, every 7th level citizen would receive a 7th rank evolution elixir and a 7th rank longevity elixir gifted by the Central Star Domain. The 7th rank evolution elixir was similar in use to the 6th rank evolution elixir. After consumption, it could promote one's physical soul to the 7th layer without any sequelae. Of course, this promotion referred only to a basic improvement. The abilities such as the understanding of rules that a 7th rank evolver realized were absent. The reason Central Star Domain did this was considering that many 7th-level citizens perhaps were not high in evolutive talent. Throughout their lives, they might never be able to train up to the 5th or 6th rank. And the evolution elixir was to make up for this deficiency. Although lacking in understanding of rules, reaching the 7th layer could at least explode their lifespan to over 100,000 years. Plus, with the 7th rank longevity elixir, each 7th-level citizen, regardless of how poor their evolutionary talent, could live between 200,000 to 300,000 years. Human civilization takes each 7th-level citizen very seriously, hoping they live longer. This is also seen as a way to repay their contributions to human civilization, and perhaps those who live longer might be able to contribute even more? 7th rank evolution elixir, huh? Lin Yuan felt a slight emotion. Such an elixir that could promote a person to the 7th layer without any risk was coveted by countless major powers and noble families. Not for themselves, but for their beloved kin or favored offspring and so forth. Unfortunately, so far, only the official human civilization could provide a stable supply of such evolution elixirs. As for other powers, the strength-enhancing elixirs they provided typically had some risks or hidden dangers. Automatically become a counselor of the Anin Star Alliance? Lin Yuan looked at the second privilege of a 7th-level citizen. Anin Star Alliance, belonging to the Chikuan Star Domain, covers hundreds of surrounding star domains. Although the Anin Star Alliance doesn't have absolute command over the Chikuan Star Lord, it still has some degree of authority over its jurisdiction. Being able to become a counselor of the Anin Star Alliance is without exception a position held by absolute major figures, at the level of the Chikuan Star Lord, Golden Dragon Star Master. A typical star domain's Star Lord couldn't possibly amass 2 million merit points to elevate to a 7th-level citizen rank. Currently, the Anin Star Alliance has 56 counselors, of whom 31 have concealed their identities, and the other 25 are well-known giants within many star domains. As a Star Alliance counselor, one has the power of veto. If one deems there's an issue in any dispute, it can be vetoed, awaiting the next Star Alliance Congress to reconvene and discuss anew. This power of veto can be used up to 3 times on the same issue, and after 3 times, it can no longer be applied. Lin Yuan glanced over the powers of a Star Alliance counselor. This mainly prevents any counselor from being unreasonably obstinate, but even so, it's quite astounding. Of course, the 3 goddesses granted the Star Alliance counselors such power because the debates that occur in the Star Alliance Congress generally have no significant impact on the grand scheme of human civilization. Or they do not touch upon any core or baseline issues related to human civilization. No matter who wins or loses, the result is more or less the same. Beyond the aforementioned, a 7th-level citizen also has the right to permanently reside in the Central Star Domain, to request a guard troop led by an 8th-layer evolver, the highest court pleading rights, among others. Lin Yuan meticulously reviewed it several times. With the status of a 7th-level citizen, if Lin Yuan were to apply for a position with the Goddess of Wisdom, he would at least be a governor on some main stars of the Central Star Domain, with high authority and weight. The position of a governor on a main star in the Central Star Domain is far superior in status compared to that of the Kanglan Star Governor, not even on the same level. Even some 8th-layer evolvers very much desire to hold the position of a governor in the main star of the Central Star Domain, not just for the status but also as a stable channel for earning merit points. Unfortunately, I'm not really interested in management. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The position of a governor requires spending considerable time on planetary management, generally appealing only to those 8th-layer evolvers stuck at a bottleneck. But for Lin Yuan at present, it's the golden period for training, and opening up the 8th-layer part of the martial path evolutionary path would be far better than any position as a governor. Respected 7th-level citizen Lin Yuan, would you like to hide your 7th-level citizen identity? The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. After becoming a 7th-level citizen, Lin Yuan's information would automatically appear on the counselor list of the Anin Star Alliance. To protect the privacy of citizens, every 7th-level citizen has the option to conceal their identity. Currently, of the 56 counselors in the Anan Star Alliance, 31 have concealed their identities. Conceal it. Lin Yuan nodded. After concealing the citizen identity, the information displayed on the counselor list would be a code name preset by Lin Yuan. That is Shirsan. Choosing the code name Shirsan was an arbitrary decision by Lin Yuan, and he had no concerns about his real identity being exposed. The Anan Star Alliance encompasses hundreds of star domains and over 1 billion life planets, and there are countless things related to Shirsan. Even the top divination masters, without a god's perspective, wouldn't associate Shirsan with Lin Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.